Last we left off, immediately adjourning the meeting with the courtesan queen, Chris and Zero return aboard Polaris, having learned that Phagos, Claudine's father, has been dead for some time now. Up for Chris also requisitions some additional information about one Nolan Gardner Evian, a self-proclaimed immortal, for about 2,000 gold. We'll see where that leads. Zero, you delicately, or as delicately as you can, break the news to Claudine over some nightly conversation. It tells you that the blow was softened a bit after Riley had first put the thought into her head a year ago. You share the bed for that night, at the time unaware that dark thoughts begin to form inside her. Chris also visits Pratchell at some point, to discern more about the sphere of annihilation, bringing him to Teague to have him inspect it more closely. He claims ownership of it, and then just teleports away to find a method of controlling it in your absence. Meanwhile, Zero, Riley, and the corners are above, discussing next steps, or what those next steps could be. Some discussion of using the island locator, but ultimately the vision lands on going to the Howling Boughs, where the Commission are currently located, and apparently they are getting close to their deadline. Throughout this whole conversation, Merrick seems to be looking above Claudine's head quite a bit, and after an Eye of Truth from Zero, reveals it to be a somewhat spectral, bleeding, spiked, agonizing suit of armor, kind of similar features to a grasshopper or a locust. The same god that Merrick deals with. Understanding the situation, you give Claudine just a spare Apotheos vessel you found under your couch cushions. She begins to attune to it. And as you're about to leave towards the Howling Boughs, he shows off the short sword that the Apotheos vessel turned into. A somewhat saw-like short sword with the teeth angled towards the hilt. It looks like it would slide in smoothly, but be really rough to pull out. Uncomfortable to hold at any angle, with a diamond-shaped grip that digs into the hand. She then gives you a peck on the cheek before fleeing in a panic. As you are flying towards the Howling Boughs, the first thing you notice is the huge raging storm. But cresting above it is a gargantuan, almost tree-like structure, entirely made of ice, or at least what looks like ice. Miles and miles into the air, and miles spreading across until eventually it almost encompasses the entire sky above you. You are told of a hidden entrance, a cave that seems to go underneath the storm, and trekking for a few hours underneath it. You do emerge on the other side, or above you now. It's just the glistening, despite the raging storm around you, very beautiful locale within the center, the eye of the storm. Eventually you see signs of life. Campfires, or at least burnt out campfires. Tents. And descending downwards into some carved out makeshift stairs, an ice tunnel that leads into a larger chamber. A somewhat wooden walkway. You see undead at the bottom of the cave, mining away at an ice wall. You see some scholars around. You see meager living conditions, but more notably you see like a blackened figure, a reptilian draconic like figure embedded in the ice, tendrils and tentacles galore, and somewhat intermingled in between the undead at the bottom is a elven man, hooded. Mostly just the nose and mouth visible, but you can see some of the ear. You recognize as your first run-in with the Commission, not that you knew it at the time, Luca, who says, "Unexpected we're working together. A happy reunion." And that is
I
where we
rolled
left
to
off.
attack.
Sure.
I'm joking, I'm sorry.
He dies instantly.
Man took an arrow to the neck, and now he dies instantly? I mean, that was 19 levels ago. You know, if you hadn't been so suspicious about everything, we could have come to this agreement much faster.
Or Raxney, who is beside you, sort of on top of the wooden walkway with a railing on it, sort of leaning over. This operation is of the utmost secrecy. It is difficult to tell who can be trusted or cannot. Besides, grave robbing, and he sort of casts an eye towards Luca. And odd killings are not inducive of healthy relationships. But he sort of beckons towards the shapes in the wall, the draconic figure, and also this almost like a smashed ice imprint of a humanoid, like only just a couple feet away, just embedded in the ice pretty much. And as you can see, the fruits of our labor.
Does the crystal dragon look like anything in particular?
In what way?
Just like, I don't know, familiar somehow? Aside from the fact that it's, you know, black crystal.
Just make either Arcana or a Nature check. Anyone can roll this as well if you'd like. It looks dragon-like. Like, for sure it looks dragon-like. There is a difference, technically, just physiologically, between wyverns and dragons. Yeah, wyverns just having 4 limbs, or 2 legs, 2 wings, where their arms would be, but dragons particularly have 2 wings on the shoulders, and then still has the 4-limbed smorgasbord. This creature embedded in the ice has the 4 limbs and 2 wing-like structures on it. It looks fairly dragon, at least draconic. But you do, the crystals and the glass do look familiar. They look smoother though, and it's not quite as jagged. It's almost like embedded in between the plates or scales. Though that's only like the frontmost limbs that are like almost half exposed out of the ice. Like there's most of it is still embedded in the ice.
And what of the humanoid silhouette?
It is a humanoid silhouette. You can make out arms, legs, a torso, probably head. It's weirdly defined, but it is like just smashed ice, like the striations, like the white grooves in just natural ice forming, just made the shape of a humanoid and just froze there. But you don't see any discernible features or like symbology or really anything to make out other than just this shape of a humanoid.
Alright, I'm gonna let Raxney take it away then.
Yeah, he's sort of just looking over the dragon. This is, we are nearing the total excavation of the corpse. I've had some promising preliminary studies on its bodily makeup. He sort of slides over to a table. There is a fairly long table just up against the railing, sort of overlooking everything, with just a bunch of books and papers on it. Next to it is like a book stand with a huge tome on it and like a tiny little crystal ball. But he begins just going through the notes, and then reaches into his robe and pulls out a small little vial. It is deep purple, no reflection in it at all. There are a couple of braziers lit in here, giving off some light, some heat. It's still cold down here, but it's some creature comfort. But even in the light, it reflects nothing. The corruption is a more evolved variant than the ones that you and I are more used to. A older, almost more perfect form of it, strain of a disease. With time, with better quality samples, likely from deeper inside the corpse, it should be possible to not only extract a cure, but perhaps a vaccine and immunity. A better understanding.
Oh, that's fantastic news. Makes our jobs way easier.
It will still be a few days off. But again, it is nearing completion. It would be helpful if your presence is situated here for the time being.
With the nature of the corruption and that, are we sure this thing is entirely dead, or is it still animate?
I am very confident it is dead. It does not react. When prodding, we detect no life from it. Magics or any other kind of probing tools. I believe Zola stabbed it once against my orders, but no reaction. I understand the concern, but you've fought the corrupted creatures for some time now. They die just as easily as anything else. Given enough trauma.
I suppose that does check out, what with being stuck in ice for as long as they have.
That being said, it would not be wise to approach the specimen. You are free to just exercise caution. While the corpse is dead, the holds up the vial. The corruption, the second life within, dormant in a way. The host is deceased, but the disease lives on.
Looks at Chris. Look, man, I don't have enough gold dust, diamond dust. I can't heal you if you get sick.
I'm not entirely sure that would work either. Again, the nature of this level of corruption is unknown.
Could be some other sort of strain.
And those are my thoughts as well.
Strain beyond magical comprehension. Interesting.
There is a number of old prehistory artifacts that defy magical explanation. I'm sure in your travels you've encountered artifacts that, whilst identifying them, they just appear old.
Yep. Do we still have that trinket?
Sure do.
Yeah, as you sort of pull it out and show him, he sort of just looks at it and nods. Those trinkets, number of other prehistory, astral era, void era, umbrella era artifacts that exhibit strange, similar properties. The reason for which I do not know. Perhaps after this project, another mystery to solve, share, to expose.
Do we in character know what we need in order to see the contents of this tablet?
I forget what it's called. There's a dedicated room to view these tablets specifically.
That's all we know.
I believe so.
Okay.
And I think we determined that there might be ones somewhere in Silnia.
Yeah. And we kind of botched our chance to give this a look over while we were in Silnia. And given everything that's been going on lately, I don't think Silnia wants anything to do with us.
If they do, it would solely be to the benefit of them. Whatever dealings or arrangements you may have with Silnia, I would not put it as a priority. Much like feeding a hound table scraps, they will just come back and demand more.
Very true. Well, if this is to be our base for the next few days, we should probably have a look around. Make sure we don't touch anything that could set things off.
It is not a large operation. Again, our numbers only a few dozen dedicated scholars and academics, but you field agents. It sort of looks over. You see that the cave you walk into, from your entrance ahead is the there's pretty much like an open shot to the dragon and the ice wall. To the left you see a somewhat narrow corridor, again made of all ice, and they're just wooden planks, sort of denoting a path there. You can see some elements of very meager living quarters, just like bedrolls on the floor, pretty much, and some sacks of something. To the right of the old chamber, there is a arcane glow, and you can see sat on it. The glow is coming from the floor, just sort of very gently thrumming. Chris, you have been Conjuration Wizard, and having cast this spell a number of times already, that's a teleportation circle. You're very familiar with these. You're less familiar with the thing sitting on top of it, which is a somewhat familiar corpse, a very large one, a giant.
Oh. Yeah, I'll go to Riley and say, that's a teleportation circle.
It does look quite similar to the one we have. What's that on top of it?
A giant.
This is out of character. Is that Targus Filknar? Because we've seen him before at this point, right? I thought.
Yep, it looks pretty similar.
I think Zero has seen Targus Filknar. The rest of us have not.
Huh.
Yeah, but
Then I would briefly just cast message. If I'm like right there with them as they're saying that, I would cast message and tell Riley that's Targus Filknar from the
Oh!
yeah, as you're looking at the giant sort of sat there, it is sitting like crisscrossed applesauce, sort of hunched. You can see there's kind of like patchwork, almost armor attached to the corpse. It is a corpse, a mummified corpse, but corpse. You see the eyes are sort of not quite bloodshot; they're just milky. Like you can barely see pupils. And sort of just resting on the shoulder, sort of like half dug into the ice, is just this very large, rusted, but more or less intact greatsword. Like the size of the giant itself. Like it would take several people to lift this thing, let alone wield it.
Can mending get rid of rust?
I believe it patches up, like tears.
Yeah, that's what it does. Never mind.
Prestidigitation, perhaps.
Which I do not have.
Yeah, it
I
seems,
don't even know if bards can get it.
or wizard spell, but I'm sure they can. It seems functional enough. Besides, like everything about the giant Targus Filknar is raggedy already. The
Right.
weapons and the armor, If anything, it almost fits the vibe. But it's just sort of staring at you. There's really no expression. The face is very elongated. Almost weirdly, unnaturally so. But it's just, well, it is a giant. Yeah, but it just sat there, huge, and just blocking almost the entire corridor towards the teleportation circle.
Ooh, I have an idea. I want to read Targus Filknar's mind.
Okay. You don't get thoughts. You get memories. Memories of battle. Memories of a siege. Memories of fire. Memories of a funeral. And you're just sort of flashing, almost like a flip book, flashing over and over between all these memories, just bouncing between them. Flashes of clans, flashes of traveling, flashes of death, flashes of banquets, like just weird piecemeal memories. There's no thoughts to be had. It's just almost like a program to be run on instinct, based on its own experiences.
Do I notice what type of enemy he's fighting in his memories?
Make a perception check. As you're sort of flipping through these memories, like Jesus. Perception check's so high, you can somewhat organize the memories based on like just visual age of the body that you're like half inhabiting for a bit. At first it's other stone giants, and then from there on out it's mostly humanoids. You're not sure if they're humans or elves or dwarves, but they're small. Just, you know, standard size for you at least. But that perception check, it seems to be mostly humans.
So no sign of the enemy.
Not that you can parse through, no.
Wow. Wow, this guy is really old. I mean, the body gave it away, really, but this is probably, you know, someone who predates the first fire, even.
Has anyone been able to figure out who the figure in the ice is?
As of yet, we have theories, but nothing concrete. The corpse we are confident we can extract without issue, at least if we keep the undead away from it so they do not prick themselves on the infection. The silhouette is another matter, as we do not have a way to ascertain its nature. It could be a whole new host of creatures, or could contain an infection of itself, or perhaps it is a condensed piece of elemental magic that would detonate upon release. There is no way to know.
Well, if that is in fact First Fire Rosari Novos, it's possible the latter is actually more likely than one might think. That's a horrifying thought.
The silhouette is a secondary objective. Once we have extracted the dragon, more efforts will be put into discerning how to properly study it. If it is a corpse, it could be a shadow of an old entity, old god.
What were the theories that that caused Thane to freeze over?
There's do you want the like contemporary explanations for it, or do you want the Zal explanation for it? Because you have the Zal explanation.
Yeah, the Zal one.
Zal told you that the old god of winter and storms exploded to kill a great enemy. or kill everything on this like landmass pretty much. And that's what caused the internal, like basically permanent freezing of an entire landmass that functionally isn't supposed to be this cold, but it is. Because an old god, pretty powerful old god, blew himself up to do it. I believe Zal also told you that's the reason why the Howling Bows is here.
Because this was the epicenter of it?
Yeah, this was it basically created a superheated geyser that froze instantly. To create kind of like a tree. But yeah.
And that's apparently where the Dawn Flare was supposed to be headed towards.
Well, Dawn Flare is supposed to be headed just towards north. Somewhere pointing northeast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is west. So it actually wasn't headed here. It was headed somewhere else. Fascinating. Are we... You know what? Yeah, we should probably share what Zal told us, right?
Go on.
I think that would be good.
Any objections?
No.
No? Alright. In that case, oh, Chris had the thought, so he should do it.
Speak, wizard.
Do we know how old Zal is?
As old as the gods. Old gods, even.
Okay. Well, I'll just say, do you know of Zal?
I do not.
It's, we've encountered this creature. It is it's a very ancient type of creature, as old as the old gods, and as part of its nature, requires the transfer and sharing of knowledge and that sort of thing. And one of the things that we learned from Zal was that it is thought that one of the old gods it was Winter and Storms, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of Winter and Storms that kind of froze everything, primarily on this aspect of Thane right here. This place, the Howling Bows, and froze this whole continent as a way to try and eliminate the enemy. That's at least what we've learned in terms of ancient history.
I do remember hearing something like that.
Yeah. Or sort of, as he's sort of listening to you, the facial expression doesn't really change. He just simply takes out notes and begins writing. And he's not hiding it. You can read, and it's just pretty much like bullet points of what you're saying. Just like Old God, Winter and Storms. You know, self-detonation, a great enemy. Stuff, things like just bullet points, like the cliff notes. Just, it's for the first time I think ever, someone has just heard what you said and just full on believed you. Just, this is fact now. As you're sort of explaining this, you see Luca sort of walk up these steps. While you're on like some half wooden platform. It's like 50 feet high. It's not that high. There's like a gangplank almost, with like planks nailed into it to almost form like very makeshift stairs that you're sort of walking up. You just hear little tiny footfalls on wood as he's walking up, and then followed by heavier footfalls as an armored figure follows him up. As he's just almost like half smirking, just as he rises up, the hood still somewhat obscuring his face.
Is he slightly floating above the ground?
Nope, he's walking.
I'll hold out my hand towards Luca. for a handshake.
Yeah. I sort of hold out his hand. Holds as you hold out your hand, he sort of looks at it. He takes off his hood, and takes your hand and shakes it. As you get a clear view of his face, just seems like a standard-looking, just high elven man. For a few notable exceptions, he has very standard long blonde hair, as seemingly most elves do, at least high elves. Notably, he on the left side of his face, there is not a tattoo, it's a brand of almost like a tiny hand, like on his left cheek. Also on the left side of his head is no ear. Like a good portion of his left ear is just off, like it's just gone. But other than that, he just looks like a guy. And he takes your hand, shakes it.
While Chris is doing that, I would like to pickpocket him.
Sure. Okay. What are you looking for?
What does he have, Simon?
He ain't noticing you, that's for sure. You feel coins. Like, there's not really pockets on the outside of the road, but you're so sneaky, you're sort of just standing next to him, very stealthily, and just subtly sliding like 2 fingers into the inside of his shirt while he's like shaking Chris's hand. Feel like something metallic. You probably reach and grab it pretty easy.
Something metallic that isn't coins, or is the same thing I'm feeling?
You grab the coins if you want to, pretty for free. He's not loaded. It's like, 7 gold.
No, yeah, I don't want the coins. I want but you said there's something else metallic in there.
Yes.
I'll take that.
Yeah, you take it. It seems to be a very extravagant dagger. Like, it's not like bedazzled and bejeweled. Like, it's not gaudy. It is extravagant. It is extremely well made. Like, this is a masterwork dagger. Like, it is silver inlay, like black ivory, like embedded into the handle. Like, it is a master craftsman's dagger, and it is like curved in one direction. It's almost S-shaped in its curve.
Remind me to figure out what Nancy's birthday is, because justice. If I cannot kill this man, I will steal his nice things.
Yeah, it's honestly, that dagger is probably worth more than whatever paltry sum of coins you had on him.
He can get another one. He won't miss it.
Yeah, but as you take the dagger, he seems to be none the wiser as he's shaking Chris's hand. A pleasure to make your acquaintance a second time. Hopefully under better circumstances.
Yeah, we kind of got off on the wrong foot at first. Or rather, maybe Gordon had the wrong foot, and that's why Zero cut them off. You remember Gordon, right?
He sort of looks up and is like sort of like fishing around for memory. I'm afraid that name doesn't ring a bell.
He's the guy you killed right in front of us.
Yes. That one.
Not to linger on the point, but you left his sister orphaned. We had to save her from becoming a hag.
Congratulations on a successful quest. I trust it was a growing experience for all of you.
Sure, let's put it that way. And then he'll look him in the eye and say, let's make sure we don't have any more quests like that, right? It was a bit stressful.
I was in a bush.
He sort of looks towards R, who... R doesn't look amused at all. But he sort of looks back towards all of you. I assure you that any quest that you may be sent on from here on out will be one that will be mutually beneficial for us both.
Well, I trust R. So, in that sense, I trust you.
No, you needn't trust me. Just our goals, which seem to be aligned now.
If you want, we could trade spells. I got a couple of spells from some great wizards.
Oh, that will be interesting. A most repairing interaction. You first.
Oh, would you like a spell from Viziri Novos?
Why, that would be lovely.
I'll let him take a look at Pulse Wave.
Okay. Yeah, as he sort of begins to look at the spell, the intricate symbols, the instructions about to cast it, the net that you have to weave to basically, yeah, control gravity in a way, like localized. You see him sort of just look at it, begin to almost like jot down some notes just on a piece of paper, like almost scribbling something. Chris, make an Arcana check. Yeah, you aren't familiar with this style of arcane script, actually. Like, he's not copying it like sigil by sigil. He's almost more freeform. Like it's like the interpretive dance of magic casting, in a way.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, like it's not really the same spell even. Like there's some elements that are the same, but like it's not a word for word copy. You're not sure what he's doing. Yeah, but that takes a couple minutes.
Can I ask him what sort of script are you doing there?
Well, it's suppose he's sort of a type of shorthand. I come across a number of spells in my travels. It's a difficult task to sometimes obtain these spells and scrolls. So I copy it from much as I can, memorize it, so I can practice them later. Not always perfect, but he gets the task finished. Would you like a spell?
Sure.
He begins to sort of pat down the robes, just looking for anything. Oh, it appears I misplaced my spellbook. I'll find it sometime.
Okay, sounds good.
It's a trait I'm not going to forget.
Yeah, R remind you.
Uh,
And I'll give a thumbs up to R.
yeah, he doesn't respond. He sort of just looks at you. At this point, Lucas just looks over towards all of you. Well, it was nice catching up, I suppose. I will be down in the dead pits if you need me. I'm, well, not looking forward to conversation, but I'm not against it. Feel free if you feel like it.
Man, I really can't get a read on that guy.
And he just leaves. He walks back down the steps and just sits in like he basically huddles in like kind of like this mosh pit of undead. Kind of like there's a lot of undead down there and they're all mining away at this ice wall. Like it's huge. And he's most of you didn't notice him down there for the first time because he just blends in almost seamlessly. Like the movements sway like with the undead. Like even his armored manservant does the same thing. Like he amidst all these corpses, even though he's only the one like in nicer robes, it's difficult to spot him unless you're specifically looking for him. Braxton sort of just looks back to you all. I wish I could say it was unsurprising that your first encounter with Luca was arduous.
Yeah, he took somebody very, very important to us. Right in
He
front of us.
wasn't that
No,
important, but
Well, he is now.
I guess you could sure. He was fine. He didn't deserve it.
No, he didn't. Regardless of how I felt morally about what Luca was doing, this man, at failing a task or whatever the reason was, didn't deserve to die the way Luca killed him.
And for his actions, you have my apologies. It is not our intention to murder. The odd highway bandit and brigand, yes, those are fair game, but an innocent, no. That is not how I wish this operation would unfold. And it is not the first time he's done this either.
He must be very valuable if you insist on keeping him around. He seems capable enough.
Extremely. I would like to think
Looks to Chris.
I would like to think I am quite proficient in arts pertaining to necromancy. I would classify as a prodigy. Most of the undead here are his, including, he points towards the giant. I could control a fraction of this number. And the number has only grown over the past year.
He said he misplaced his spellbook. Does that happen often?
He looks towards you, Chris. Truth be told, I've never seen him with a spellbook. I'm not entirely sure his talents come from learned sources.
I'm gonna sleight of hand cast message and speak to Chris and be like, I need to speak to you privately at some point today soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Man, I mean, I'm none the wiser. My arcane talents don't spring from a spell book either, so I don't really know. Did I Did I notice anything? I mean, he didn't cast anything. Would I notice anything similarly about his magical inclination to mine, or would that require actually observing him casting stuff?
He hasn't done anything yet. No casting that you could see. So until then, maybe. Yeah. Right now, he's just a guy.
Right.
You begin to hear some footsteps coming from the tunnel you just came from. Kind of a number of them. I think a larger number, just echoing. Arachnosaur just looks towards that direction as you can see the giant shift in position. Just the sword sort of like embedded in the ice and just leaning on him. He sort of reaches up and grabs the handle. It doesn't stand up just yet. As the you see two figures, both hooded, furred, dressed warmly. One is a human man, older, like around the same age as Raxon even. Shaved head, and his jaws shifted like a few inches to the right. Behind him is a tiefling, light purple hair, and just red, pupilless eyes.
There you guys are. I was wondering where you were at.
Oh, sure, you made it. Well, nice meeting you in person.
Indeed, Riley will actually go for the handshake on this one.
Yeah, I mean, he goes right back. Nice firm grip. Well, pleasure to meet you. I don't remember if we met in person before, so I don't think so.
Nope, this would be the first.
Oh.
Although, looks over to the Zoella. We, however...
Yep. Nice to see you guys again. I mean, now that you know what we're doing, it's okay, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, river under the bridge or whatever.
Yeah, we're cool.
Yeah, we're cool. Cool giant, right?
So cool.
Hopefully he's good at swinging that sword, should he need to.
Haven't seen him do it yet, but, well, points towards the giant dragon embedded in the ice. I hope you understand why we needed him.
Oh, no, I mean, we don't really have any particular allegiance to the Hall of the Ten, so, this slight on them is not too worse, I suppose. And considering the usage, indeed, yeah, any problem we might have had with it is very easily dispelled by the purpose.
You know, the Hall of Death replaced Targus Filgnar's exhibit with just another dead stone giant.
Where did they get that one from?
I don't know. I don't know if it's an illusion or if it's actually a corpse. They found another corpse.
I wonder if Dayrol granted them one. It was Dayrol's, right?
Yeah, Dayrol's Gate was a couple months ago, but yeah, the Hall of Death is Dayrol's. It's basically just like a graveyard, more or less, for like, for people that appear on IMDb.
Well,
Where did the Xodiacs go when we die?
Hell.
Probably, yeah.
I go to the Chaos Realm.
Riley gets sent to the Plane of Fire. Literal hell.
Where's Zero go when they die?
The sand.
Sand.
Sand, deep in the dirt and the sand, yeah.
Bones.
My homeland, yeah. The salty sand.
Yeah, so we'll just,
Born salty, die salty. Very good.
so just holds out a hand for anyone to shake.
Who does?
Zoella.
Okay, yeah. Except
I'll shake her. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I'll go too.
Just you all three of you shake her hand
Not the
simultaneously.
conga line. Not the conga line to shake the pretty tiefling's hand. Stop. I retract my hand. Out of fear of looking like a simp again. We're already not looking great right now, Zodiacs. I retract my hand and just give a
Can I
respectful
pull
nod.
Zero's? Can I pull Zero's hand back in?
Sure.
yeah, to that one time we went to the crypts and got destroyed by a skeleton.
I'd be fair, I didn't really know what was down there. I mean, I knew it was a guardian. I don't want you guys to die. I just, I just needed a distraction. Just to lay the land. Also, the priest won't let me in.
Yeah, I'm still surprised you guys managed to swindle the priest to get in the first place.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. That was crazy. I'm not salty. I'm just out of character. I'm just giving her a hard time.
Do you want me to apologize? I could. I'll half mean it.
No, I think I would just like a favor owed, I would say. If I ever need you to see your own dead body laying on the ground,
I mean, it wasn't your dead body. It was
Looks like me.
someone, acting like you.
Okay, if I ever need you to bullshit or lie for me, you'll be on call.
I can sign that agreement.
Okay.
Virgil also begins shaking all of your hands individually. Nice, firm American businessman grip. Yeah, but he's like an elderly figure. As you're sort of then get a real good look at him. His jaw is definitely slammed to the right because it's broken. Good y'all to make it. You see what we're doing here, and interestingly, we're on the same side now, so this does make field work a lot easier. Or her, and a couple others, but they're not really, ain't got a stomach for it.
What would you guys like us to kind of do now that we're here?
Well, honestly, just to look over that thing. Yeah, all the deadheads are still picking away at it, but I'll tell what'll happen. Could awaken an hour from now, a day from now. Something could show up, could vomit blood, stuff come out of it, who knows? We're, well, they're the egghead types. Not really, built for combat. Y'all did some crazy shit.
Yep, we have dealt with this invader individually, and we've dealt with the dragon individually, so if there's anybody for this job, it's us.
And I stole a gavel of justice individually.
Sure did, bud.
That was missing
Yep.
in Tetscat?
Yeah,
That
the one
you?
in Tetscat.
That's-
Yeah, the museum.
Chris is like, yeah.
I'll still a law-abiding citizen. I turn you into the nearest authorities, but...
We've already all been in prison before. Wait, Zero, have you been in prison before?
Nah.
You should go to prison one day. Just as a treat.
Skill issue.
Skill issue.
Sorry.
Okay, in my defense, I could have dodged those guards, and I chose the high ground.
I feel like common sense is a skill. It's still a skill.
Well, maybe getting arrested was common sense. I had my chance to plead. It didn't work.
Riley, it's okay to just admit feeling a little silly sometimes. It's okay. You're feeling a little silly.
Look, I just didn't want to cause any more trouble, alright?
You fucked around, you found out.
Well, I do kind of wonder what the next level of finding out is going to be when news reaches the mainland.
How is this out of character? How did we tell the commission about what happened with the Grand Arbiter, and I think you guys did sending to R, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Just wondering if he's already told everyone.
Well, the good news is, Teague is open for business. I don't know how good that is, but, well, it's not going to be an outpost of society's worst any longer, I think.
Well, it kind of puts a damper on things. It's not the biggest problem in the world. I mean, y'all are international assassins now. I mean, but where you don't dig grave rob and trying to dig up an or incomprehensible demand. So we got that going for us. The supplies are gonna be hurting a bit more. Some of the there are a couple people in takes are skimming off the top, selling to Lipad, and then from us we buy from Lipad. Not a huge amount. Most of the supplies we get from he tries to whistle, but it just sounds like him blowing through broken lips. He sort of points towards the teleportation circle. I get what I can, so I guess what she can. If we're, dire straits, we go to Lipad. Now the shipments ain't coming in. Well,
What sort of supplies do you need?
just like things to upkeep. A lot of the wood planks sort of stomps on the floor. New clothes, rations. But again, most of that, now that we got that thing set up, it's gonna be a lot easier.
Well, if that's all you need, I know a spot.
Do you?
Sorry, my cat. This is my cat. He found a new toy. I don't even know what that is. What are you doing, bud? Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I know a place. Actually, how much shit have we taken from Golmud at this point?
Like a good amount. Like anytime you guys go to, or like you, I think, need anything, I think Golmud's like your first stop in it.
Pretty much. Oh, that reminds me. I should probably let the Sea Spears know that we fucked with everything. I might do it later, though. Really need to think about how I'm going to deliver that bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops, killed Kennedy. Sorry, guys.
Did you
No,
tell?
we killed Kim Jong Un. Let's be real.
Did you tell Yule yet?
Did I?
I don't think so.
I don't remember doing so.
Yeah, you told him about like you keeping up and like asking him like updates about like his stuff in the cities and who's
It's Dusamar.
Dusamar, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Taking out a huge issue for us. It does put you on the radar. Just don't bring it on back here. Not if you get here anyway.
We all have anti-scry amulets, so I mean we're probably fine.
Yeah, we don't, but we try to stay out of sight. But yeah, good to meet you.
Indeed.
Make sure that thing don't come to life and start eating everybody. Yeah, I'll be around. You'll be around. Well, sort of just waves.
So too shall we be around for a bit anyway, until this creature is dealt with. Unless we have anything more pressing that we need to teleport around to.
Not exactly. At the moment.
Yeah, I can't really.
We can just kind of inspect.
Yeah, just don't touch it, right?
Oh yeah, we know much better than that.
And you can, maybe you'll find something we don't. Who knows? Just maybe you can just the deadheads down there are pretty docile as far as deadheads are. You can just push them all the way. They don't really care. it might be your hand might be a bit stickier than usual after, but wipes it off.
Curiosity. Do you guys have like a river nearby, or is everything super frozen up here?
No, it's still frozen. It's it ain't fun up here, that's for sure. All the water we need, we just sort of pick it off the ice, melt it. Takes a long time, but we got the wood, we got the fuel.
Riley has run out of things to do.
This is
The one
30 minutes in.
Yep.
Well, I have some ideas.
No fish, no life.
Riley's like, I'm bored, can we leave?
Bide my time. Wait for something interesting to happen.
Any fish around here? No. But fuck off.
You're useless!
What were you saying, Chris?
Is there like a big space around
Uh,
this dragon, or like, is it like there's only like a certain area?
There's a good amount cleared out. That probably goes to like 20, 25 feet of like open space, like from your platform, which is like 15 feet high in the air. Probably like 25 feet ish of like open space towards the ice wall.
Okay. And how close are they to the thing, like the undead?
They are not near the dragon. They're sort of, from what you can see, like most of them are concentrated, almost like curving around the dragon. None of them are like directly, like close to the exposed tendrils coming out of the ice. Luca is pretty close, but he's still giving like a 10-foot, 15-foot distance. But like there's a couple of undead just kind of, the ones that aren't like mining away at the ice, they're like picking up rocks and like putting them like underneath the walkway just for storage mostly. And then you can occasionally see one just put a couple of them in like little pots and then just sort of hoist them near the walkway, and presumably to be melted for water later. It's like a very rough shot operation, but they're all undead, so they don't need to eat or sleep or anything or rest. It's slow, but it's constant. But yes, there's space to answer your question.
Okay. Shall we go down and around there?
Sure.
May as well.
I'm gonna have Azek out with me and just kind of like watching my back as we travel. I just say mine because I don't see shit ever and he does.
Yeah, it's certainly a use for a familiar. Like if your perception's so ass, you can get yourself a familiar that has a better perception. Good use of it. He's a hellhounder now, currently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you have the hellhound just out. Rax and start just looking at it. Again, Virgil tries to whistle again, but it's just like just fucking just air blowing out of his mouth. Whew, that's a fancy dog there. Are you gonna tell me you made a pact with the demon too?
Opposite actually. I broke a pact with a real bad guy.
Oh.
So I guess I made a pact with the fiend, but not a demon.
Is it? He turns towards R. The differences between fiends and demons are negligible, but it's fine. Alright, sure. Alright. Cool. Maybe I should. A good idea to make ideas with the fiends. I heard they kind of end poorly for anyone involved.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it if you don't, want to deal with the consequences. This one's like the most minimally harmful one, so it is what it is. I got me a buddy.
As they're sort of looking at Virgil, no one can hear this except you. You hear in like almost like a fake intimidating voice, "Eat your face." Well, seems real friendly. You're not gonna light the wood on fire, are you?
Nah. Probably not.
Alright, good. Because, it's cold down here, but I don't want to be that warm,
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Are y'all going down there?
Yep, got nothing better to do.
Yep.
Where are we going again? Just an empty space?
Yeah, it's not like a huge area. This is like you just have like the fairly large platform, like wooden platform that you all pretty much started on. Left is living quarters, right is opportunity circle, and just ahead is just like a giant empty, like carved out ice space with like an ice wall at the end of it. Yeah, as you're all sort of heading down, you see Raxty and Zuelis are just like, standing above you, just leaning on the railing together, just looking at you all, overlooking the operation. What are y'all doing down there? Luke is down here too.
Well, actually, I'll tell Riley. Perhaps the minds of these things in the ice are still active.
Well, Filknar's, well, not really active, still had something of insight. So I'm just gonna read. I guess I'll skip between like targets and just see what I can glean from the bodies down here.
Okay. As you're sort of pinging between a lot of these corpses, these memories are a lot more tattered. They are... You don't have a huge amount of experience with reading the minds of undead. Or that shouldn't work at all. But these undead specifically, for some reason, seem to be having some, like, memory or, like, reliving some like, facet of their previous life. But unlike Targus Felgnar's, which was fairly clear, like, you make out distinct moments, these are just tatters. These are, like, just the ruins of memories. You see just flashes of fuzz and color and, like, the occasional, like, face form out of the color. Some happy, some sad. You see, like, what looks like a pint of ale, maybe. You gather that these undead seem to be a lot more ragged, decayed.
I think the most important thing here is that these undead have memories at all. I can't really make out much, but there's something going on up there. It's not much, but...
What about the dragon itself?
Haven't tried that. Did I try that? I forget.
Or the figure in the ice?
Yeah, we just got here. I haven't tried the dragon yet. Riley will head back up and try the dragon.
Yeah, you can stand right in front of him if you want to. But yeah, it's just like a descent. Like yeah, the wooden platform is where you started. You can go down onto like the workspace area, on the ice area, and then like in the ice wall, there is just the dragon.
Yeah, I'll try reading that mind.
Yeah, as you're sort of probing into the ice. It's technically exposed. You can look at, the body, the creature. You don't find a mind to read.
Okay, yeah, that thing is mega dead. And since it's not being reanimated by whatever crazy shit Luca's got going on, there's nothing in there to find. I'm gonna move my ping over to the figure.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
If it's close enough.
Yeah, trying to ping the figure. You don't find a mind to read.
That one appears to be dead as well.
Yeah, as you're saying, like, these figures are dead, you audibly hear Zuela sigh, like a breath of relief.
Well, I should caution that with appears to be. Remember that your friends downstairs are also dead, but I can still find things in their heads, so...
Yeah, with the invaders, it almost seems like they kind of trap souls.
Yes.
At least with that fleshy stuff.
So, trapping souls is... Perhaps you're correct. From my own experiences with diseases, it's the infection that it takes over the body. The soul is more prisoner than anything. The soul trapped in the body The body puppeted by the infection. This corruption is into the bones. The nerves, muscle tendons, ligaments. A vehicle for to spread. I can only imagine the horrors one such powerful creature as that becoming corrupted can wreak. So it is good that this news it is, in fact, deceased.
Man, incapable of thought, anyway. Nothing to latch on to.
That is a good step, then. Zoella sort of is sort of looking at the dragon, sort of like squinting at it. I have an idea. It's stupid.
Yeah.
She sort of looks towards Raxney, who looks back sternly. Do you see those dangly bits sort of exposed out? I mean, Ari here got some preliminary samples, but it's not really... not much to go on, but it's safe, to extract. If it's dead, do you think one of you can try to cut a piece off?
Sure.
I guess that would put it slightly out of commission should it decide to revive itself upon being unearthed.
Well, it has like a dozen more tentacles to go, but,
Whatever to make it easier, should we need to.
That's true.
I know what to do. We should take a foot. I'll look over. I'll look over at Luca.
What? He wasn't there for that. That was your decision.
I'm not sure what all this foot talk is about.
I think it's because we got off on the wrong foot.
Ah. Would you like another?
Foot?
Another.
Yes. A foot.
What, like?
Since you seem so adamant about this feet business.
Can we even access the foot of the dragon?
He sort of looks over to one of the undead, who just stops pickaxing and then just grabs a foot, his own foot, and just rips it off. A foot.
Cool trick.
Wait, who's speaking right now? Zoella or Luca?
Luca.
Okay, that's why.
Neat trick.
Yeah, you can probably put that back on.
Wait, can he take his hand off and put it on his foot or ankle and put the foot on his wrist?
I'm afraid I can take the toys apart. I can't put them back together.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna try mending the foot back on.
Yeah, as you cast mending on the foot. Doesn't seem to take. That is not an object.
Well, I tried.
Foots are objects.
The thing it's attaching to is not.
Body's an object.
My body is a temple.
And I
My body is a machine that turns fish into
shit.
calories? Sure, let's go with that.
Fish into dead fish.
My body's a machine that turns fish into codfish. As the undead rips his own foot off, R sort of just sighs heavily. Luca, please stop fooling around. My apologies. Well, to answer your question seriously, no, the foot of this dragon is still embedded in ice. Give me a day.
Well, Zero, you heard the man.
Oh, where was the dangly parts? Are they exposed?
They are. It seems to be just like bits of like some of the face, some of the wing. There's really no like wing, like a flappy bit. It's like a long, elongated, bony structure, and then just tendrils dangling off of it. Like the tip of one of those is exposed.
I guess we could attempt to get one of those off.
Yeah, so while it's sort of just up there, just the bit just says, yeah, I mean, I don't think anything we have can really cleanly take anything off. I mean, you have fancy objects, weapons.
Riley will take out his 2 swords and dagger, Zorro style, and then just be like, my style is more piercing than slicing. And then he'll be like, Zero, you should probably handle this one.
Sure.
You're trying to cut a piece off?
Sure. Do I have to roll an attack roll for this?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna see if I could use Mage Hand. How high is it again?
It's not that high. It's like to you, it's like pretty much ground level.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll use Mage Hand if I can to not touch however much I can help it. Like, I don't actually want to touch the thing I'm cutting. I just want to hold my dagger, if that makes sense. Or a dagger, whatever. I'll cut it. I just don't want to touch it with my person hand. I'll touch it with Mage Hand.
Okay. Yeah, as you cast Mage Hand to sort of just lift a little piece of this tendril, and you begin to sort of slice at it. Make an attack roll. Okay. You have a incredibly powerful magical artifact, like literally created like by gods, and then it was reforged by another old god. Like, this is one of the most likely one of the most powerful artifacts you have, like, in the world, in your hands, imbued with the power of an old god, right? It is barely cutting into the scale. You're cutting, but it is like tough meat, like with like 3 pieces of leather on top of it. Like, it is hard to dig in, and while it is making progress, the first like 5-6 slices or so is just cutting, like just scratching scale. But eventually you do make headway, and over the next minute or so you do manage to cut off like a finger-sized piece of meat, more or less. Everyone that's down there, make a perception check.
Me too?
Yep. I think you get advantage because you're up close.
Advantage won't save me.
But I will.
How are you this good at rolling
Leave
shit?
Leave me
at perception?
alone!
It is funny.
What do my elf eyes see?
Well, you don't see Mage Hand because Zero's Mage Hand is invisible, but you can see the force it exhibits. But both you and Chris see the same thing. The invisible force that's holding the tentacle up is beginning to crystallize.
I'm sorry?
Holy shit!
Yeah, and
Zero, dispel the mage hand immediately.
I dispel it.
you dispel
And
it.
I'll back up so whatever I'm holding doesn't fall on me.
Yeah, as you back up, and Riley, Chris, you see as this Mage Hand dispelled, the crystal will just fall and hit the ground. They're very small, like filaments, but they exist.
Holy shit, this thing is dangerous.
What?
Like, was it like a clear crystal?
It was almost looking like something beginning to like freeze, like that beginning portion of it where it's like it's beginning to just crystallize, like, and almost like form a bigger mass. But before that could happen, you dispelled it, and now it's just little tiny filaments.
I'm interested now. I'm gonna clap my coconuts together and say, "Come, Patsy!" Cast
Clap my
Unseen Servant.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and get it to collect the shards.
Okay. As you have the unseen servant again, unseen, but the force it exhibits is there. Yeah, Patsy clicks the shards, picks them up, and is holding it. It's aloft. You want to wait?
Yep.
Yeah, over the next minute or so, the crystals begin to expand. And as you're
I
waiting,
am going to dispel,
you dispel. The crystals
and
fall
then
to the ground.
I'm gonna wait a second, and then I'm gonna cast Unseen Servant again.
Mm.
Return, Patsy.
Yeah, as Patsy returns, yeah, it's there. There's
Anything different?
a-
No crystals?
There's a purple stain that's
Uh-oh.
floating.
But is it doing anything?
Not currently.
I'm gonna leave Patsy up for a bit and see what happens.
Yeah, as you leave Patsy up. The next minute or so, nothing seems to happen.
I'm gonna BRB really quick. My dog has to go potty.
Okay. I'll leave it up for... Hold on, how long does Unseen Servant last? 1 hour. I'm gonna leave it up another minute and see if anything happens.
Okay, leave another minute. Make a perception check.
Oh no.
Should I make one too?
If you're watching, yes.
Oh, that's horrible.
For you.
My passive is better than that.
What's your passive then?
26.
Okay. With 26. Yeah, Chris, you don't know shit. Zero doesn't even need to bother rolling. Riley, you're sort of passively watching. You're genuinely not sure. Maybe the little purple patch grew like a millimeter. Maybe. You're not sure. Like, it could just be you weren't paying attention, or you just can't make distances that well. But, yeah. It maybe grew, maybe it didn't.
Right, I will dispel.
You dispel, and the purple patch is gone. Unseen Servant is gone. You don't feel the magic lingering in the air.
My god, this thing can infect magical instances.
Arsa just looks at you, just bewildered. It can corrupt magic.
That's really bad news.
Both are... Virgil is up there now, just looking up there. Again, bewildered, and Zoella is just mouth agape. Arbigus begins sort of like just looking at the dragon and looks at the silhouette. He sort of just almost mutters something under his breath, but rather you can hear, "Thank you, O God, for imprisoning this beast." Now it makes sense why the destruction of entire landmass was necessary to keep this being contained. Corruption of magic is... I can't even begin to imagine the consequences of this.
If it can destroy magic, corrupt it, make it unusable, and if the enemy has access to this at present, oh man, we're in for a tough one. I can see why the old gods are so panicked about this, and I can also see why Godeafin thinks that we're fighting a hopeless battle.
If the enemy has found a way to not only nullify our magic, but to turn it against us, then this fight is lost. Magic is all we have. It is our greatest only weapon. No, this war cannot be fought with spears and shields. It must be fought with the arcane, the divine of left. The new ones I don't have any stock in. This is worse than I feared.
This is worse than we feared. It's good that we caught this early, so we have a month to figure out what to do about that.
I can shift focus. Go from working on a cure for a physical ailment and on a esoteric one to maybe prevent this magic corruption from taking hold, at least maybe to a few select individuals.
I honestly don't have a preference. One ensures the viability of an attack, and the other ensures the survivability of people. I believe both are equally important.
I trust you to make a decision, which I shall do. I'm a scholar, not a tactician. But I will aid you in any way I can.
Riley will turn to Chris. Now listen, you and I would obviously probably prefer the magic, but I think we should get a third opinion, or possibly more than that.
From who?
Misty isn't back yet, so we can't ask Zero. Let's ask Virgil and Zoella what they think.
What about Luca?
I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
His opinion.
If he wants to chime in, he can. But I'm not gonna ask him. I'll turn to Virgil and Zoella and say, well, you've been listening in. What's your take on it?
Well, okay, I ain't no tactician either, but the whole point of why I'm doing this. Give the truth to people. And it's always been about the people. About them folks out there living normal lives. More normal than what we're doing. I say the physical element. Besides, this world survived one apocalypse. If anyone survives, imagine we'll live to get past another. And if we're not around to see it. Zoella sort of looks at the dragon. I'm not exactly a great magical practitioner, but the thought of something sort of just, I guess, neutering our only method of defense, the greatest power our world has ever known, doesn't really sit well with me. I mean, if you guys are going for a preemptive attack, probably the magic one. In time, if we have any hope of defending ourselves from anything, it'd be with magic. I say go for the magic protection. The vaccine, the cure, whatever.
Is Misty back yet?
Yeah.
All right. What do we prioritize? Do we want a physical vaccine that can stop people from being infected? Or do we want a magic vaccine to stop our attacks from being nullified?
I feel like the latter, purely because if we don't have our magic, we can't take them out at all.
I'm not happy about it, but I agree.
Yeah, Lucas sort of like, he doesn't turn towards you, he cranes his entire neck towards, like backwards towards you, so he's sort of like almost looking upside down in a way, like weird creepy way. I should maybe remind you all that perhaps this enemy doesn't have this trait anymore, and it is forever locked away in this icy cage. Well, if they had it still, don't you think they'd be using it?
Did we... I mean, I don't know if we actually used anything that would, because our apotheosis vessels are fine. We didn't like notice this shit happening when we were fighting like the commander in the ship, did we?
No, nothing like this.
No.
I do remember like purple stuff on that island. Like when we were looking for Evandra.
Well, that's the same. They just used the spire to teleport.
But it did have like a lot of corrupt stuff there, and I remember like a lot of the souls were kind of trapped.
Entrapment of the physical realm. Luca, by the way. Nothing like this. This is esoteric, arcane. The corruption that we know can seed its way into material worlds, but not the invisible ones. Interesting. Very interesting. The landscape changing, a physical aspect. The people trapped within their own bodies. The souls are trapped. It's the body that's locking them away. Physical. This is a whole new pondering quandary. Perhaps one we don't need to worry about if what you say is true. It is dead. You're confident in this.
I am confident that the dragon itself is deceased. I am not confident in what happens when we unearth it, given the properties of this, this plague. I'm gonna take out my sword,
Sure.
and I'm gonna offer up a few fish, and I'm gonna ask Gwina, did you know about this the whole time, or is this news to you?
Make a religion check.
Eek.
It's not that you don't get a response. The response you get is silence. Specifically. You've been Gwina for a better part of a year now, and now that you have, a better insight of where you came from, you got another fish, there's a deeper connection that you can find. Make an insight check.
Sure.
The silence that was your answer by Gwina stems from fear.
Oh, this is really bad news.
What happened?
It would appear that the old gods are very, very taken aback by this.
So when Zero cut off the little tendril thing, the tendril thing came off?
Yep.
Or did it... And then crystals formed around the mage hand?
Yes. The piece of tendril, it's like a finger long. It's just still on the ground, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't not so bad. I mean, this is very bad, but it's not so good, is what I meant to say. I'll go to Riley and Zero and go offside and say, I have the ability to do clairvoyance. I have talked to a being which I think was on another plane, which I could ask questions, but they can only give me one-word answers. If there's any questions that come up that you'd like me to ask, I can try and do that.
I think I remember you saying something about this earlier. My question is, would this being even know what the fuck this is?
Is it like a one-time use ever, or is it like a one-a-day thing?
Once a dawn.
I feel
Hold
like it's worth
on.
a shot.
Before that, I'm gonna send to Zal. I'm going to ask, did you know about the properties of the infected dragon in the Howling Bowels? It can infect magic. Is that what happened to you? Send.
You hear back pretty soon. It can infect magic. I see. Very good information. I did not know this. I wish you luck.
Holy shit. We're dealing with a next level danger here.
You see Virgil almost panicked, very loud. Rax, buddy, is this still worth it? Knowing what we know now, that thing can fuck up all magic. You still want to, uncover this thing? Just dance in its corpse?
We cannot let Sylnia get this at all.
Virgil points towards you. Big fat fucking agree. They would be all over this shit. Not in a good way either. No, not in a good way.
I'll be right back real quick.
Holy fuck, it's a good thing we came when we did. Oh my god. To think you're only a few days away from unleashing this.
And perhaps that would have spelled the end of life on this planet, as we know.
I think I understand now why that god blew itself up.
Yes.
This thing needs to stay away.
Yes, suddenly that decision becomes a lot more clearer in hindsight. Luca. You see Lucas finally turn around, looking up at Raxney up at the top platform. For the time being, cease the excavation. Let us ponder the next steps. You see Lucas sort of just nod, look towards all the undead, and almost all of them simultaneously stop what they're doing and they just stand silently in like a lull, just staring at nothing. These dozens and dozens of undead just, the sound of work and pickaxes just cease, and suddenly there's just quiet in the cave, with nothing but your voices, your footsteps, your shuffling, and what is essentially the world's greatest danger encased in just a few feet of ice.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Did I miss anything?
They're halting the operation effective immediately. Oh, this is something else. Well, some of it is uncovered already. Do you think you could use that as a basis to study, or would you have to get the whole thing out?
Well, I can use the piece you chopped off. Is your artifact infected?
I will take a look at my artifact.
You look where the cutting edges, you look very closely. There's a tiny bit of purple.
Fuck me, goddamn.
But it's slowly receding. Very slowly.
Can you repeat that?
It is slowly receding.
Okay.
I have an idea too, which might be the only way possible for us to kind of contain or destroy this thing is getting control of a sphere of annihilation.
You're so fucking right, Chris. You're
can't
so
believe
fucking
the
right.
answer was so
Holy
simple.
fucking shit, Chris. Chris, come through. What the fuck? And that's why we keep the wizard, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we kept him around.
Raxi sort of, despite this, like, you know, pretty good plan, Raxi still looks unfazed. On the surface, yes, that seems like a viable solution, assuming I'm going to be on the assumption you have access to a sphere of annihilation, otherwise this would not be even on the table. How can you be certain that this corruption is not stronger than the sphere of annihilation?
Yeah, that's the thing in it.
Well, the sphere of annihilation does not take magic. Magic can't affect it. And I've attempted with tests, just try and use magic on it, and it's it didn't seem to do anything. But if it's possible to control the sphere of annihilation, perhaps it is possible to kind of annihilate anything, even this disease.
That is a very big gamble you are willing to take. Now we come at a crossroads to search and study for the truth, or to conceal it again. Very thing that I had wished to avoid, to expose.
Well, it's not as though we don't have the truth. It is simply that we must keep this particular aspect completely nullified to the best of our ability. Speaking of, where were you going to reveal the truth to anyway?
Silently. There was not going to be a grand announcement, just small bits of information disseminated throughout, enough to take hold and widespread enough to have a common occurrence everywhere. I was hoping that would be enough to at least solidify a basis. And the gifted or terrible users of this information, well, they will be the ones to make it famous.
We do have ins with a very infamous information broker. Though most of that info would probably only reach the underworld.
I believe I've heard of this information broker, this the prostitute princess.
Close enough.
Okay. I've not had dealings, but yes, I've heard. That's the issue with the princess, is that, from my understanding, they deal in the underworld, the seedier parts of of life. I'd wish this information to seek wide, even these small hamlets out in the countryside. If it is only disseminated within criminal circles, then the criminals will be the ones to abuse it.
This is true.
So do we look for this constant then?
Riley will take out the constant finder trademark.
Yeah, you're taking it out. It is. Yeah, you never got a name for it. The constant finder. And sort of looking and trying to find it. Yeah, it seems to just sort of ping all over the fucking place.
About how long are the intervals in between it showing up somewhere and then disappearing?
The ball, that's the little glass ball on the side, pings all over the fucking place. It stays in a place a couple of seconds, and then it pings all over. The sort of gradual glow on the outer, like mithril web, it lingers for sometimes a few seconds, sometimes a minute or more, sometimes more than a minute, and it tends to generally be in the same area, like in the same like 90, 100-degree arc. But even that's shifting occasionally. There seems to be a predictability in the maths where this thing appears.
Oh my god. Wait, how many degrees was it?
Like 90 or 100 or something.
Oh my god, is it orbiting? That would be so sick. Not that our characters would know what the fucking orbit is.
No.
Or is it correlated with the moon, perhaps?
Maybe its path is the true moon orbit, and it's the only part of it that's actually orbiting. That would be so fucking insane. Well, I guess Riley will explain. This is the next piece of the puzzle. We have a landmass that is jumping all over the place. Thought to be random, but this shows that it has a little bit of predictability to it. There is a massive central spire in there, filled with people that resemble the enemy, but are quite docile and rather friendly. I believe them to be on our side. If we find them, again, secure the information they have, and perhaps gain their allyship. That is another out for us. Maybe they know something about this dangerous anti-magic infection as well.
Well, if a race born of this disease is out there and they are alive, well and good, then yes, perhaps they do have more information about how this infection works. I had thought that I had become quite an expert on this corruption, and here I lay, dumbfounded again. Frustrating. Yet inspiring. He just looks towards the dragon, just looking at it long and hard. Is amazing how much we think we know. I would be untruthful if I said that your presence here for another day or so would not be unwelcome. It would be it would set my mind at ease. I'm an old man. If this thing wakes up, or if it corrupts more magic, or one of those undead headbutts its tentacle, I am not certain anymore if I could handle it myself. But you do what you must.
Well, in our time here, we can always see if we can get lucky. The orientation of this line that the island seems to be traveling and shifts ever so slightly. At some point, it might overlap here.
It may, if this island bounces from place to place, teleports. You are the expert on finding this island, or this constant. I would attempt to be an expert at this corruption.
Then we have our plan, for the time being anyhow. Riley will just, I guess, sit in a corner and look at the sphere. and watch very intently. Does he have an ability? Yeah. Do I have an ability to discern how far away it is from us? Or
With that object, no. It is purely direction.
okay, yeah, he'll just focus on it then and try and glean whatever he can.
Okay, make a perception check. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, beyond what you're seeing already with this like white line, or this like this white like light broadly sort of shining in like a general like direction, and then the actual ball itself sort of pinging across, just hitting the inside, the actual location. At least this was found a constant at the island, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a method to the madness, seemingly. But how Osmond figured it out, not sure. Okay, what are y'all doing?
Is Brandon back yet?
Yeah, he's been back.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep, I'm
sorry.
here.
Where are we right now?
You are on what is essentially the show floor. You're on ice floor right in front of this dragon, speaking up at Zoella and Virgil up on the platform, 15 feet above you, behind you. And Luca's down there too. And you're just amidst, there's a bunch of, the smell, like the cold smell kind of subverts a lot of the stench. But a bunch of stinky undead down here. And Luca.
Is there anywhere I can kind of hide here?
Yeah, you can try looking around if you want to, like...
Hiding specifically, I'm trying to hide from Luca.
Yeah, easy enough. You can just, as you sort of searching around, you can see, like, there's 2 walkways up to the larger wooden platform. As you're sort of heading, if you're facing the dragon, heading to the left side, you see there's a 3rd walkway heading up to another platform where it looks like there's kind of like a giant ice pillar that's is kind of like embedded in between. You walk up there and you'd be completely out of sight.
Okay. So, okay, if I cast Detect Thoughts, how does this work again? I know if I prod deeper, then that's when they make the saving throw, and then there's a chance they could find out that I tried to cast it on them.
If you're just glancing service thoughts, they can't tell at all. If you're probing deeper, you can get intent and more detailed information. But once the spell ends, they know someone read their mind. Not who, but they know someone did.
But there's no saving throw?
There is a saving throw. And like once you probe deeper, and whether they fail or succeed the saving throw, they know someone probed their mind.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hide, and I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts on Luca.
Okay. Yeah, you cast Detect Thoughts. The first service thoughts, a single sentence. What an interesting discovery. You see the service thoughts are just like kind of like almost absorbing this new information. As for why, you're not sure, but yeah.
And so with Detect Thoughts, can I just like listen to what his surface thoughts are till like the spell ends, or is it just like an instantaneous thing?
You can listen to the service thoughts until the spell ends. You just won't get any insight as to why. You just get what they are.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the moment, he seems to be pondering this new information about the dragon, that it is able to infect magic.
And he's still been using, he's still been ordering the undead around, like without needing a spell book or anything like that.
Seemingly, he just sort of just looks and they do it.
Okay. But I'll from where I'm hiding, I'll cast message to Chris and just be like, I have a magic item I need you to identify, but we need to be somewhere very private.
Sure.
Do you think you can put up a mansion, or what do we want to do? We teleport back to the dragon, but whatever we want to do.
Yeah, maybe I can get the teleportation circle for here, and then we don't need to do the whole trek. We can go back to the dragon.
Okay.
Is there a way for these guys to communicate with us easily?
You can ask.
Do we add
Yeah,
them
I'll
to
ask.
the family plan?
Yeah, as you ask, you see R, so he just looks at you. Right. I had forgotten to get extras. He sort of pulls out from like one of the cupboards in one of the like just under the table a little skull ring.
Huh.
He sort of just tosses towards you. I believe you looted a couple of these from a few of our associates. They function similarly to a sending stone, though you can use longer sentences.
You didn't hear anything too bad from
Do
those,
not
right?
tell me to squeeze my heart ever again. He goes
How-
towards the sort of book stand. He holds up the little globe that you saw. It connects to this. Serious messages only.
How many people does that connect to?
To whoever is in front of this book stand.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think I'll be able to reply, but you can report in.
Cool. I guess if we're not needed here immediately, we can head back to our place for a bit just to kind of regroup and figure out what to do now since we're not doing the excavation.
Yeah, we'll keep sentry. I cannot guarantee nothing will happen in time, but things have gotten tense. We'll keep an eye. Will you be leaving after this, or will you be returning?
Yeah, I mean, we have free teleportation.
Hmm.
Not free, but easily accessible, so we can come and go as we need to.
If you haven't, you may take the runes from the teleportation circle.
I'll also slide a hand. Is there like, I know we're just in like straight frozen ice. Is there like a rock or something, or a little chunk of wood I can take, a little piece of something for teleportation purposes?
If you were barefoot in here, you'd have about 90 of those in your feet in the form of splinters.
Excellent.
I guess the ring is also one.
Technically, yeah. Been here for a
yeah.
while.
Cool. Then I guess it's your job to study the runes, right, Chris? Because he's the only one that can use the runes, right?
Yes. Like, I think...
Yeah. I'll study those runes on the floor.
Yeah, you study the runes. Take a minute. Yeah, the stone giant sits up for you as you see Luca sort of looking, supervising pretty much, as like you go to the ruin room and the giant uses the like greatsword to like hoist himself up and just stand to the side as you're writing the runes. It's just watching you. Luca's just watching you. Luca's armored manservant is just watching you.
I'll ask Luca, so how old are you?
You weren't raised in Hara, were you?
Nope. I was raised in the mountains of the Selenic Ridge.
It's considered rude. So society-wise, to ask enough how old they are. or after a certain period of time, it becomes obvious. And after all, you live that long, what does it matter? Few things matter when you live that long.
I fucking hate this guy so fucking much.
Well, there's experiences. Perhaps you've experienced different things than from what I've experienced. Certain events in the world. You may have certain people you may have known. Like, I didn't know Maz Mazak, but maybe you did.
No, I did not know the Grand Wizard. Speaking of experiences, what sort of childhood did you lead? One of happiness, toys, loving parents. These experiences.
Definitely toys.
It makes sense why you would see the world in such a way. Given your
But
lifespan.
I did like the books in the Nelid library. The mayor there was very nice. But my mentor was the one who raised me.
Take it from me then, as I believe I do have a century or so above you. There will come a time in your lifetime, assuming you live that long, where you'll have experienced everything you care about. You have drunk the drink of life, tasted its flavor, swirled it in your mouth, swallowed, and for fun you will spit. And for fun you will try other activities, other experiences, as you call them. And you will learn that not all of them are so sweet. And suddenly that long, long lifespan, that long, long memory, is more a curse.
So far, the memory has served me well.
So far.
So what are you then, some sort of death seeker?
I don't seek death, no. There is a... let's call it a poetic bookend to a closing of a chapter. How do you think I surround myself with such compatriots? And he sort of, kind of like, waves his hands towards the legions of undead inside here. Ironic, I see how they have expired and I brought them back. The irony is not lost on me. But we have, he looks towards Raxney, had a goal. He sort of turns towards you, Riley. You'll find out one day too.
This last year has been kind of eye-opening for me, and I find that keeping positive and trying is preferable over succumbing to despair and whatnot. After all, should I live another 400 years, that's paltry in comparison to what comes next.
It is almost cute how you think you can uphold this veneer for 400 years. Our people are built on despair. They don't revel in it, but they are designed for it.
My experiences in horror are very different. Didn't have any exposure to the slavery, didn't have any exposure to what's going on with the government, the monarchy, whatever you want to call it. I just grew up in an idyllic village. Fished me heart out. I still fish me heart out.
Oh, you don't have to be a Howran slave to understand the way of the world. He sort of points towards the brand on his left cheek of a little tiny hand. Believe me, I know. You've been to Sylnia.
Yeah, what's that about? Is that Black Harbor?
Oh, the hand. The brand.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a slave mark.
From Sylnia.
Aura. Auscalas Travato. Their insignia. Their property. He sort of runs the finger over your left ear. Their punishment. Again, you will have drank the sweet drink of life, and it will sour in your mouth one day.
I mean, not to be that guy, but we kind of did just overthrow Teague. So, what's to say it can't be done in Hora as well?
And Teague will be populated by, in time, maybe 400 years worth of time, another power-hungry monarch. Sylnia has a power-hungry monarch. They don't think it's a monarch, but it is. Rias is a debaucherous glut of sin. Cowboy can't stop killing each other. You think overthrowing slavery in one country, in one old nation, will fix anything?
For a time.
For a time. Turning a page to another chapter. And another chapter. A cycle of powerful, oppressing weak, weak overthrowing powerful. On and on the wheel rolls.
You don't think it's worth it to give, a slight reprieve when you can?
I've given slight reprieves. I've been given slight reprieves. It is a pleasant bench to sit on in a 1,000-mile marathon. A sweet memory. And then gone, never to be experienced again. You can make these benches, you can make these reprieves. But who will give you reprieve? Not yourself. You won't give yourself a break if you do that much work. You'll work yourself to death, the world will thank you, and then your body will rot in the ground, same as any of us. Well, again, looks to the legions of undead. Same as most of us.
Sure. I think I've already come to terms with that. Doesn't really bother me all that much.
Well, then you are wiser than generations and generations of elves before you. And for that, you have my utmost respect. And he gives a... You're not sure if it's sarcastic or not, but a very deep bow.
You know what? I do want to insight and see if that's sarcastic or not.
Make an insight check. Hard to tell.
No idea.
No idea. He gave a very deep bow. You can construe it as sarcastic if you want to, but you're not sure if that was the intent.
Right.
Can I insight check it? Can I insight
Make an insight check. Hard to tell.
Better than Riley.
Yeah, it's still hard to tell, but you do, from the smirk on his face, you gather that wasn't genuine.
Canonically, I choose to believe that I have good insight on this guy because I don't fucking like him. Because I don't fucking like him, and so it's like already easy to tell when he's being a piece of shit.
Riley doesn't pick up on it at all. Well, I mean, respect is fine and all, but what's your end game?
Oh, I wish I knew. I thought this was my endgame. He looks towards the dragon. Truth. Unabashed, naked truth. Give it to the people, and I'll probably live long enough to see the repercussions of it, unlike most people here. No offense, Mr. Lucette. R is just sitting there, just listening to everything. So is everyone, honestly. There's a couple other people here that have just been like milling about, mostly up on the upper platform, but they've mostly stayed out of sight this entire time. But like he sort of just looks up at you. Oh, this dragon was the most interesting thing to happen to me in a long time.
So you're about 170 years old.
Ballpark it. A young adult, by our standards. I wouldn't try that in Howrah. They are far too uptight and stuffy. Have you gotten the ruins?
Have I?
Yeah, you got them. They take a minute to get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I got all the
Yeah,
ruins.
without missing a beat, the stone giant sits back on the ruin again, almost crushing you in the process. Good. Sorry if you wanted to use that, but I'm sure you have other means to teleport, right? Being such a powerful wizard. Practitioner of the arcane.
I'm gonna fucking kill this guy.
I have a good, nice grin.
There's that smile.
Can I hug the giant?
You may.
Just in case it gets mad.
You hug the giant. It doesn't respond to you. You hug like its kneecap. Like your torso is about the size of its kneecap. Then you just it's sort of sitting crisscross applesauce. You give it a big hug. Would you like to inhale?
I'll just be normal.
Okay.
For the first time in his life.
First time ever.
You see,
Last time we'll hear that.
you think for the first time since in a long time, I'm going to be normal. Immediately in the back of your brain, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna inhale.
Good boy. It smells of salt and preservatives and like just like a bunch of chemicals. Like what the fuck? What are these to like when you're like dissecting shit?
Oh, formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde, yeah, like heavily. But yeah, you almost pass out from the formaldehyde smell, but other than that, you bet you're fine.
It might need some sort of perfume stuff.
Now, don't insult his scent. He's very sensitive about it.
Does he speak?
No. At least not to you or anyone. Up here, he sort of takes at his head. Just whispers.
Wait, Simon, answer the question previously asked. Is Luca hot?
Do you find the standard elf look hot?
Probably.
Then yeah,
I mean,
he is mutilated a little
6
bit.
out of 10.
Yeah, like 6 out of 10. Like he is not
Okay.
he's not ugly, at the very least. He also
Isn't that
was also missing part of his ear and has a brand on his left cheek, but you know.
Just adds
Wasn't
to it,
Claudine-
honestly.
wasn't that Claudine's rating?
Yeah, 6 out of 10. Yeah, so Claudine's mostly just like,
That's why I brought that up.
yeah, she's a woman. She's not exceedingly like hot, but she is, you know. Yeah, she has her charms. She's not like an Anzoid or anything. Me rating woman in my D&D game.
I love respecting women.
I love assigning women a numerical value.
Me and the boys taking out misogyny one rating at a time.
Yeah, but you have the runes for the teleportation circle. Everyone is still here, present, if you'd like to speak to them. Otherwise, what would you like to do?
Now, that turned into very dark after the... That was a lot. That was rough. Everything there was just kind of a lot. Sorry about that. Well, I mean, the truth is inescapable, isn't it?
That is the idea, yes. There was a... I still believe that truth, good or ill, deserves to be known by all, even Sylnia, but I begin to think that he points towards the dragon is perhaps one step too far.
Yeah, they can't be having that one.
No. I still wish to study it, but it is too great a risk to do by myself. So I will wait till your return.
So Riley will turn to Zero then. What did you have in mind to do right away?
I mean, if we think we're gonna be here for a minute helping them out, I feel like we should, just tie up some loose ends in Teak and see about getting Mondo back.
Yeah? Alright. Oh, I forgot about that. True. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, Mondo got him on board. Just needs to. You just need to send him a thing, and I can go and get him.
Gotta go find his ass.
Yeah, alright.
You have the ruins. I will wait till your return before making any move.
Give us, I don't know, half a day. We'll be back.
Very well. I'm sure you have more comfortable lodgings than here.
Not by much.
I'll not keep you here any longer. You didn't say bye, you just turned around and started looking at the dragon. Virgil, who's still there. Well, I'll say bye. It's, you're half a day, but it's nice meeting new people. It's been a while, honestly. Like, people we could trust. There's been a lot of cloak and dagger shit. I mean, I get it, but God, Rax, paranoid, ain't you? Rax just grumbles without turning around. Anyway, yeah, it's good meeting you all, seriously.
I have a question.
Yes.
Who all is in here other than the undead? Is it just the 4 of them?
It's 4 of them, and you've seen like 2 or 3 other people just like milling about. Like, they've been staying out of sight, trying to at least. Because 1, you're strangers, and 2, like, they don't seem to be like that high up the hierarchy. Like, when you went to hide behind a pillar, most of them were huddled in their little like corner. Like, when you went up there, that was like the sleeping quarters, pretty much. Like, there's sleeping bags in there. There's just 3 of them, just like not cowering, but they're just like, okay, hi. Yeah, but it is not a huge operation. Well, not, personnel-wise. Undead, tons. But yeah, this is a very focused project.
Okay.
Alright, are you teleporting up?
Yeah, I can, or do you want to do it, Chris? Because you have the rooms. I mean, what do you want to do? Which one's cheaper for all the party collectively? Because I only got 3.
Maybe you could do it to the dragon, and then I can do it back here if we need it.
Oh, yeah, because you have the runes. Okay, yeah. Then, yeah, I will teleport our party back
Or
to...
Teague, if you want.
Because from here, I mean, whether we go to Teak or the dragon, where are we going from there? We're going to get Mondo, right? Okay, let me, before we go anywhere, I'll cast sending to Mondo and just ask him, where are you? As much detail as possible.
You hear back. Not anytime soon, but you hear back after like a minute or so. You're back. Well, I basically just arrived in Miari. I'll find a street name.
The city where I was at pretty much most of the summer, Simon, or not the summer, but the downtime, the year, where was that, Miari or Midea?
Miari.
It was Miari.
Yeah, there's no real reason for most people to visit Midea, but it exists mostly as like a sister city because it's more ceremonial than anything. The actual livable part of like the twin cities of San is Miari. What is it? RON, pretty much. The life city. Midea is the death city. Like, it's basically a giant graveyard.
Okay. I can go grab him. He's in Miari and Sant. Do you guys want to go with me, or do you want me to just meet you back at Intigue, probably?
Yeah, we can probably meet in Teague.
Okay. I'm going to sleight of hand the dagger. I guess I'll start leading the boys down like the big tunnel we were going through to go back to the dragon, and I want to sleight of hand the dagger to Chris in a way that is only hiding it from other people. Like, I don't mind if Chris knows because I need him to know. And I'm gonna cast message and tell Chris, I need you to identify this for me while I'm gone.
Okay, I'll do that in Teague.
Okay. And then I will use my teleportation turban to take me to Miari.
Okay. Sure. You teleport to Miari. I'm pretty sure you have stuff from there,
Plenty.
And then me and Riley will teleport to Teague.
Okay. Well, Polaris is being left at the house.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn to R and say, yeah, don't mind the ancient white dragon with the ice spire on its back. That's ours. He's friendly.
Sure, that yours? Me as well, we're pissing ourselves trying to get past it.
Yeah, don't worry about him. He doesn't bite. Unless we tell him to.
Will he bite if we approach without him knowing us?
Here, give me 1 second. I'm going to send to Polaris and say, hey, the slack-jawed guy, the purple tiefling, and a few other people from inside are mostly friendly. I would say don't let them on. Hold on, I don't know how many words that was.
Another sending.
Yeah, I'll just send that.
Yeah, like breaking up your text into 2 messages.
Yeah, you know what? I'll just do
Hate
that. Another fucking spell slot, whatever. I would say don't let them on. But don't attack them unless they attack you. Send.
All right. After the end of the first message, you get a Singletary, what, and then the second message sends. It's like, oh, understood. I will attempt to be friendly, but I will not permit them to board.
There we go. That's fine.
And so your sendings aren't out loud, right?
No.
Okay.
We have ruled that it's in mind.
Okay. All right. So that's sent.
Yeah.
So
and I'll turn to Virgil and say, all right, taken care of.
Well, that was easy. Y'all are really kicking it, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. We've come to understand that with the blessings of the old gods, we've reached a level of power most people would never hope to achieve.
Well, if anyone had a chance of killing that thing permanently, assuming it's still alive, which I know you said it's dead, and I know it's 99% chance it's dead. It's the 1% that's scaring me.
Yep, and it's scaring our old gods too.
Well, You'll figure it out. You'll figure something out. He points to Raxney, who's at the table now, sort of just going through notes and everything, writing something down. Researcher shit.
Oh, by the way.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. If you want to increase our chances further, you can, I don't know, give offerings to the old gods. We've got a few with us. Gweena's more fish-oriented, and I think U-Type would probably be more inclined to go with the one that Zero's patron is. Knowledge. What was her name again?
Elena.
That one.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't like mine.
Or if
Oh,
you want to have fun, you go for Eda Ellie.
No, ignore him.
No.
He's strong enough. He doesn't need any more.
This situation's already weird and bad enough. We don't need to drag him into this.
Zoel sort of goes, so is this Eddie Ellie god of fun?
No.
Pretty much.
Fun is death and destruction, then yes.
No.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've done something fun, not for work.
Stop. His version of fun is like putting your outsides, putting your insides on your outsides. You know what I mean? That's what he thinks fun is.
It's a very morbid kind of fun.
Yeah, he's like, hey,
Well,
wouldn't it be silly if you walked around with your intestines just like hanging out?
It's more like wearing someone for pants.
Oh, so yeah.
Oh, that clears
Even
it up.
better.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Not required, but the old gods
Yeah.
are trying to return to power, so they need believers and whatnot. Just food for thought.
Yeah, I know it's more pragmatic, but it's, I don't know. I think me and well, Rax over there, I don't think we're really the praying type. He sort of looks towards Rosella. Ain't you already praying? Well, it just sort of goes, yeah, I mean, they're cooks here, the 10.
What was the first thing she said?
To cooks here.
Is that a name we've heard already?
That is one of the 10.
Oh, I don't remember that name at all.
That is the library god.
Oh, I never
Yeah.
go to the library ever.
Yeah.
God of knowledge.
How ironic.
I know.
Yeah, the 10 are fine, but they don't know what's coming.
Oh, it's
It
a
was
fake.
designed by that, or it was designed that way.
That's just the great value, Elena. I refuse to acknowledge it.
I mean, when you say the 10 don't know what's coming, I'm not a god, I don't know, but like, do you think that, I mean, it's not easy to contact a god. Well, not for me. You guys seem to just have like a direct, you seem to be just sitting at a table next to them, which is kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. I think of all the old gods, or new gods, the 10, that would like learning about all this would probably be cooks here.
That's true.
I mean, I'm just kind of like a casual follower.
Well, you'd be surprised how much power that ends up giving in, when done with the masses. Which, everyone on the mainland, basically.
Well, from my experience, you seem to have pretty good ideas. So perhaps will give the attention of Cookseer. And it's that attention that will allow them to kind of, I guess, communicate or contact you in some way.
Alternatively, if you would like a direct line to a goddess we've already proven is real, I'm going to take out my dagger. I'm going to put it on. Are we near a table or are we just like walking around?
There's a couple tables in here, yeah.
I'll place my dagger down on the table and just be like, I'll be back for this later. If you ever want to talk to Elena, that's as good of a direct line as you might get for now.
I just talk to your knife.
If you want, or maybe think real hard next to it. I don't know how it works.
Like, that seems like sacrilege.
What do you mean?
I'm already. She like holds out like a pendant she's wearing. It's very simple, but it looks like a book and quill. I'm already like, I'm praying already. Cooks here.
Well, think of it this way. You believe in all of the 10, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's a few more gods?
Yes.
That's true.
That's true. All right. Do you think it's sacrilege if I grave robbed one of them?
That's between you and Daryl.
To be fair, I wasn't really that big of a believer back then.
Changed.
Well, I've been in Ebel's Hall several times. I've eaten his fish. And I misattributed one of Aguina's blessings to him and didn't seem to do anything, so I think it's fine.
It does not surprise me that the first hall you go into is the Hall of Waves with the fish.
Yeah, well, that's who I am. I'm the Kingfisher.
And well, the Kuksar's hall is actually pretty fun.
I think so. I mean, yeah, there's some good books in there. I spent a lot of time in there. That's what's changed, by the way. He sort of looks towards you, Zero. Yeah, a lot of time researching, and just had a lot of conversations with a lot of the priests, a couple Hall of Tens, and a lot of the Rian cities. And just had to go look and find a lot of information, and yeah, over time they got to me. Also comes with a sweet book discount.
I'm gonna use Mage Hand to push the dagger, to push my dagger closer to her. Slowly.
They're converting to Jehovahism for a library card. Yeah, she takes the dagger. All right, it's more like an acquaintance than a god. I'll treat it as such. The respect given. Sorry. Okay, talk to a dagger, staring at me.
Yep, have fun. And then with that, I will teleport to Miyari.
Right. And with that, you're teleporting to the boys teleport to Teague.
Yep.
I'll start with Miyari first.
Oh fuck! What time of day is it?
It's evening. It's just about hit night. But like
Good. Okay.
Actually, no, it's like 3 o'clock. It's not that bad.
Fuck.
I was looking at the the Thane time, and because it's so up, like so much further north and cold, the days are shorter. So it's probably closer to like, it's still, well, not snowing, it's not, but it is, the days are shorter. So it is evening.
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon, cresting evening. The sun's still high-ish. It's a little overcast, which is strange in Silent, but in Silent doesn't really snow, it just rains more heavily. It's like the few times it does rain. But it's not anywhere near as hot what it was during the haze. With your clothes on, it is the winter ones, but you can easily take that off. Just be blend in. You disguise yourself, or are you gonna be walking around
Nope.
tiefling like?
Nope. I'm gonna take off the winter clothes and pack it away, and I'm just gonna walk around to Zero because, man, the last year I've had over here is crazy. I don't know. I just want to see what happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, not only am I still tiefling, I'm Zero tiefling.
Yeah.
I'm not just any tiefling.
Stop. Leave me
I'm
alone.
me.
Is that from something?
No.
His brain.
Rain. But you arrive home. You went from far north to far south. Actually, yeah, you did almost go. You almost go from the most northward position to the most southward position on the map in one teleportation. But you find yourself amidst the sandstone yellow streets, like the whitewashed, domed structures of Miari, tightly packed, condensed. The smell of spices hitting your olfactory system. And it's evening. People are still out and about. Some people are winding up from work, like ones that like work earlier in the day. But some have just started the rest of their night. You're in that perfect twilight hour where it's like between like times, pretty much. But you find yourself. Let me just try to pull up the map. Fuck. The new map system. It's like I can't tell if it's good or bad. Yeah, find yourself in the Pious Sprawl, because that's where I last left the token.
Is this where they were doing the burnings? Is this where they were doing the burnings?
They were doing that in, I believe, in the Orient Bazaar.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Or like they were making way for, people were like making way for like they're like moving their tents to like pitch a scaffolding system to do the burnings. You are in essentially like the apartment district, like apartment blocks all over the place. Like houses and like smaller, poorer housing mostly. Like they're in ways not that different from like the shit huts from Teak. They're just better built and actually meant to last and be livable. Yeah, you see beggars on the street already. Most of them tiefling. But like, yeah, you find amidst like home of an enemy, but still home.
I will cast Sending again to. I need to keep checking my fucking spell slots. To Mondo and ask straight aim.
You can. I'm in the Aria Bazaar right now. Checking. Yeah.
Great. I will hop. Well, you know what? No, I will travel by foot from here to the bazaar.
Yeah. Full view,
I'm not
everybody.
stealthing. Yeah, I'm not stealthing, but I'm keeping Isaac by my side so he can keep an eye out for anything weird.
The Hellhound.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As you're walking through the Hellhound with the Hellhound, make an intimidation check.
Yeah.
I'm good at those.
Damn.
Yeah, decent.
That wasn't that good of a roll, but whatever.
Okay. As you're walking through the Hellhound, you hear screams and panic immediately. But you saunter casually, the Ori Bazaar. You hear calls for the Dogma immediately, pretty much.
From humans or tieflings?
Mostly humans, some tieflings.
Okay.
Some tieflings have made it in the city. The snitches. Not all of them, some of them have just made it. But like some of them are just law-abiding citizens that have somehow integrated into the culture of Miari, despite how it is. Yeah, they managed to find a place in them, and even they have never seen a Hellhound, and you just walking with it side by side, a flaming dog, pretty much. Yeah, they are comfortable, and you already hear calls for Dogma. Thing is, even with Dogma presence, pretty much all of them let you go. Because when they get past you and they're about to approach you, a couple of them, yeah, this happened a couple times, a couple of Dogma members with X's across their cheeks stop them.
Wait, they don't know that that's me, right? Or do they? I guess I don't know that answer.
You don't know that answer, but
can I insight
make an insight
that?
check.
I don't know. Oh no!
Dude, you are too high on your own supply to really care.
Oh my god! They're not supposed to know it's me. No. Oh no.
But for whatever reason, even if they don't, you're not sure whether they know it's you and they're stopping you because they know you're going to cause shit, or the threat of them being too harsh is going to incur the wrath of whatever's been marking people again. But whatever you've been doing seems to have had some impact. As you do make your way through the very bizarre, the year of viciously branding people.
How many do I see?
On the way there, probably like 4. Like this happened 4 times on the way there. Like yeah, the guards see you and they see like fucking a tiefling with a hellhound. So, 1, they've never seen it before. 2, yeah, like they gather just from pure vibes, likely that you're not to be trifled with. And even if they did try, either like maybe this X person is going to show up, and you know they're going to give it to him. But you have had an impact. And you make it to the Orient Bazaar, where again, the panic does not stop. If anything, it's worse here because it's so compact. Nothing catches on fire, because Azek's careful. But stalls are knocked over, spices, like trays of spice, like red, just almost like a cool, like powdered paint is making like this cool, like smoke show as you're walking through it. But no one on the way there fucks with you. Now make a perception check to find Mondo. It's wisdom, so you're gonna...
There's mine.
Hey, you did a
and,
reverse.
Where's Azek's? Hold on, what's his modifier? Oh no. Wisdom modifier. Oh, 5. Okay, never mind. Does he get... Oh, he does get keen hearing. Okay. Would he get advantage in this case? Because he just has keen hearing and smell.
Keen hearing and smell. Amidst the chaos of people screaming and the smell of the spice in the air, probably not.
Okay, so what was my first roll? Just 18.
Still pretty good. You don't spot him. Alec spots him. He's not difficult to spot. Because, well, he doesn't look like himself, for one, but he also is not the only person you've seen that doesn't from you. And as it gets close, he does sniff. He didn't catch him from smell, but he did. He was the only person that didn't run, and as it gets him, sniffs. Yeah, that's him.
Does it not look like him?
No.
Oh.
It looks like he kind of blends in. Actually, he's just dressed in like a very tan, drab robe, like a cloak almost. Like like mocha skinned, kind of like little peach fuzz on the chin, like little above the mustache. Young. Hi. Hey, hi. Long time no see. Since I. How's the construct actually? It's been a. Did you manage to get it working?
Sure did, but I'm gonna give him a little slap on the shoulder. All thanks to you, friend.
Ah, okay. Right. So, to be perfectly honest and frank, I don't really know why I agreed to come with you, but I guess I'm doing it.
As he's talking, I'm just gonna put my hand on his shoulder and teleport us out.
Sure, you teleport out.
I'll take like one last look around just to see if anyone of interest is around before I teleport.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Okay.
A lot of scared faces.
How many dogmas around?
Around you in the Orient Bazaar, a good amount. This is like the place to be. Probably a good dozen or so.
And they're looking at me, or they're just chilling with it?
Oh no, they're looking at you.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay. I will just give a wink at. Is there any with an X on their face here?
There's 2.
Yeah, I'll lock eyes with one with an X on his face and just wink at him, and then I'll teleport with Mondo out.
Okay. Yeah, as you teleport Mondo out, you're teleporting to T?
Yeah.
Okay, so this, from the process of walking there, that takes probably about half an hour, especially with their swagger. Okay, in the meantime, while that's happening, Chris, immediately going from, from zero, from going from cold to hot, you're going from cold to cold. At least you're sheltered. Not a shelter of the cave, but within walls as you teleport to Teague. Let me bring you to a Teague map. How about that? That seems fun. Teague. Polar is no longer there, but he will be eventually. Okay. Jesus. Tiny Chris. You teleport to the Garden of Statues, where, yeah, pretty much all of the void of life, like even all the corpses there are at this point disposed of, or at least taken down. Not sure where they went. Even the hut where they used to freeze people, gone. Like, it's destroyed. The remnants are there, the rubble, but it's gone. America has just been very, very slowly cleaning up, patch by patch, the city. Where you going?
Well, it's only been like 8 hours since we were last here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, wait. Is it only 8? How long did flying the dragon from Teague to the Howling Boughs
a couple
take?
days, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's been a few days. All right.
So I guess we'll just go to the Beacon of Repentance and see what Merrick's up to.
Sure. Yeah. You get up there, and it is, at this point, still afternoon. Merrick's still up. Everyone's still up, actually. Yeah, you see none of the trainees around. You do see a couple of them just kind of sweeping. Like, they're not, like, doing, like, a big, like, Shaolin-style training session anymore. But you do see Gary still aboard his throne. And Merrick flanking him like an advisor, almost. Like, they're just having a conversation. Like, he's chilling. He is, you know, legs up on the armrest. You've seen him in this position for the past, like, 4 days you've been here. He really likes his throne. And Merrick's just, you know, stoic as hell. They're just having a conversation. And Claudine is nearby. Just, like, leaning on a pillar. As you sort of walk in, they just acknowledge. Gary sort of gets up. Oh, hello. You have done everything you need to do. You've gone to this place with friends.
We made it there, and then we learned some horrible shit, and now we're here.
What'd you learn?
So it's the situation up there is far worse than we thought. The thing stuck in the ice, the thing that the god of ice and whatever fucking blew itself up for.
Winter and storms.
Yeah, that one. Good reason for it. The corrupted dragon in the ice, can corrupt magic itself.
Yeah. Claudine and Merrick look. They don't take this in stride, but they're certainly pondering it. Where Gary just goes, I don't think I've said these words before, but holy shit.
It's really bad.
Is it still there?
It's still there.
Okay, good.
It exists, but we don't think it's alive. But just, you know, the fact that the corruption is there is, it corrupted Zero's mage hand, and then I decided to give it a shot, and it corrupted my unseen servant as well. So I don't even know what the implications of that is. Is it just the one spell, or is it all magic?
And your friend up there is supposed to be some sort of scholarly type and academic. Can you figure that out?
That's the idea. But at the same time, we don't want to unearth the entire creature now, do we?
No, it's already dead.
I think the problem will be trying to keep Sylvia away from here and there.
Oh, no word yet. imagine that they're gonna find out. If they don't already
Probably
know.
quite shortly.
Claudine's sort of looking around, like, she's paying attention, but she's still looking around. Where's Zero?
Oh, Zero went to go grab Mondo.
Oh. He found him?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, Zero found him, presumably. I'm sure we'll know in, well, probably like an hour or so.
I convinced him.
Okay, You? You like what, threatened to blow off his kneecaps, or?
No, I actually, kind of gave him a toy to play with, I guess.
The train.
Yeah, the train.
Yeah. Claudine sort of just nods at his Merrick, and Gary's smiling, ear to ear. Oh, this means we get to beat all together again. A full band. What is the term for this? A barbershop quartet.
Oh, for the longest time.
I don't know why I thought you were gonna start singing the Halo theme. I don't know why.
Why either?
Never played a Halo game in my life. I know it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Gary sort of in like mid smile. If anyone could figure out the strange train downstairs, it would be Mondo.
Given what happened with the constructs before they became the receivers, I am inclined to agree.
Claudine sort of just like staring off into space a bit. It's almost not like this thought hasn't occurred to me before, but how much do we really know about Mondo? Like, I know, well, I mean, you weren't really that forthcoming either, sort of pointing towards Merrick. Well, then I didn't see you get skinned alive, but I saw the aftermath. Looks at Gary, you're basically an open book. And then you all figured out my shit. Recently. Mondo? I don't know.
Well, he's good with machines, and despite whatever shady shit he's got going on, he's more than willing to help with certain things if it's interesting enough to him.
Yeah, Merrick sort of just goes, no, that's true. That's weird. If he's only going to be here for his technical know-how, that's all he needs to be here for. People to bury things they don't want people to find out. Well, it's not probe.
As long as he's not plotting our doom, then he can keep his secrets.
What'd you all come back here for?
I don't know. Why are we here?
We're just gonna wait until Zero and Mondo arrive here.
Guess it's good to get an update as well.
Take up a seat. If you can find one. Don't donate anything. Bit low on rations.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah, I
say
think
they're running out of rations?
We're rationing.
Oh. I'm gonna hand him 10 fish and say, well, here's some more food.
That's dinner for a day. That's something. Dinner for a day, but skimpy.
we need like one giant squid or something like that.
But you know, now just waiting around until Zero comes back.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I think I'll go into the basement where the train is, the Dawn Flare,
Okay.
and then I'll identify the dagger there.
Okay. As you're identifying the dagger, it is, yeah, curved. It is beautiful, weirdly elegant, and vicious in its design in a way where it's double bladed. So while it is curved, the other side is also sharp as well. As you're identifying it, you get this weird feeling, like, despite it looking like, kind of a classic elven dagger, like elven knife, there's this image that keeps playing in your head over and over again. And you're not compelled to do anything, but it's just imagery. You're not being forced to think it. It's just almost what feels natural with this knife. To stab in and then using the hooked curve to gut. Stab in, hooked curve to gut. Just constantly. The minute identifying ends, this is an apotheosis vessel.
Can I identify the god of which it belongs to?
Not directly. Make a religion check.
Why didn't it crystal form?
Who knows? It's a dark presence. It's almost not vengeful, it's just glee in carnage and murder.
God fucking damn it.
Guys,
I have to kill him.
As you make this connection, the dagger vanishes into black smoke.
Oh, yep.
I'm contractually obligated to kill this man.
Is that a chem?
I said that from like day one after a chem like dipped. I was like, man, it's really gonna fucking suck if we ever meet a chem's chosen in the future, like another one, you know? Fuck
Man,
me, dude.
Does he know? I wonder if he knows. He's sat here listening to us talk about old gods. He must know.
We will take a break.
I'm so mad.
Okay.
Back here in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, Chris, the dagger evaporates from your hand into just black, wispy smoke. And you're sat in front of the tree and nothing in your hands anymore.
I guess I'll go up and wait until Zero and Mondo return.
Okay. Yeah, as you return, nothing happens for the next half hour or so. But Zero does come back. Mondo, who I imagine you warned ahead of time, it's cold.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't understand. Yeah, he still looks like just kind of the generic mocha flavor. Just as is coffee. But then as you're teleporting, you arrive. He sort of bundles up, not like it matters. As you look away one moment, you look back to him, and he's back to his standard form. Big dude, dark skin, dreads, and the sort of featureless mask in front of him.
Wonder what he really looks like.
I mean, if it's an illusion, you have a perfect way to figure that out.
I know, but that feels
Didn't we already
guilty.
figure that out?
I do think I used Eye of Truth when we looked for him, I thought.
Yeah, we did figure it out.
I think I've seen him before, but yeah.
Was it just the nerdy guy? Like, that's what I assumed it was, because I remember, The first session we met the Four Corners, they were with a guy that was like redhead, glasses, nerdy guy, and like the way Mondo sounds, he is redhead, glasses, nerdy guy.
Who knows?
You know.
But I'm assuming you're marching your way up to the Beacon of Repentance.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where we would go.
Yeah, as you just march up, he sort of just goes, "Oh, well, I was expecting it to get pretty cold. This is, wow.
Oh no, it's disgusting.
I didn't think I would miss the heat of a Sant. Honestly, I think coming from Sant to here is, I think, infinitesimally worse in a way.
Are you from Sond originally?
I mean, I don't like to pick where I'm. I travel.
Yeah, but you were born somewhere.
Make a persuasion check.
Hold on.
He goes after a pause, like you're like halfway up the little like ramp on the way, like that's like the switchback to the Beacon of Repentance. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say I was born in Sant. Yeah.
Oh. So were you like coming home?
Make another persuasion check. I was just, like I told you before, I was doing some just personal business.
Right.
Just
Okay.
I was traveling.
Okay.
So it seems you've been pretty busy lately.
Unfortunately, yes, we are constantly occupied and doing things and facing the consequences of those things that we are doing.
Oh, well, I mean, I mean, I guess it's not good.
Chris told you about the Grand Arbiter, right?
Yeah.
Yes, so, what's left of Teague is the aftermath of that.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's maybe I've heard positivity, And maybe something good will come out of it. I mean, you guys got like a train that you guys want me to look at.
Yeah, that's true.
That seems exciting. I mean, like it'll yeah, more things that you know about it, the better.
Right.
Yeah, but eventually.
Just to let you know, there's a chance that things could get sticky in the nearest future when inevitably Sylnia finds out that something's wrong. They had a direct tie to Teague and its leader, and now that he's gone, they're going to eventually figure out something is amiss. It seems that they were receiving their arcanium from here, and so that may see repercussions of that may happen. So just keep that in mind.
I think Chris left that part out.
Yeah, probably. It's fine. You Merrick. It's fine. It'll be fine.
I guess I forgot that they the whole crew's back.
Uh-huh. Did Chris tell you that Gary was dead for a couple hours?
But he got brought back.
Yep.
You know,
It was the Grand Arbiter fight though that it took Gary out, unfortunately, but he's back.
oh, that's that's I'm glad you were there, because you guys brought him back, and it's Gary. He's the most the happiest person I've met.
Is he walking slow?
He's make an insight check.
I need insight for that.
Yeah.
He walking. He is slow. You do get that much. You're not sure why. Like if he's just cold and not used to it, if he's trying not to slip, or if he's just delaying the inevitable. Who knows?
Okay, I'm gonna use my magic carpet and scoop him up with it and make him go faster.
Okay. Okay. It's so much colder up here. You make it to the beacon. He was waddling at a snail's pace. Yeah, as the doors get thrown open, Chris, Riley, you see that, as do the corners. Still in the original positions. Gary living it up like a king, a rationing king.
Rationing.
Yeah, but yeah, you see in a very dramatic entrance, carpet covered in snow, Zero piloting it, and Mondo, very anime, like in like the least flattering pose in the world, just like all scooped up in it. Just flown in. Do you want to dump him on the ground unceremoniously?
No, I'll lower the carpet to the ground and he'll be on the ground.
Oh, yo, Mondo.
Oh, hi.
About a few weeks since last time. Hope you've been doing well.
I've been doing, yeah. You see the corners. You can just walk up towards him. Gary gets off the phone and bursts into a sprint. Like he clicks the left thumbstick and starts like fucking just barreling towards him. Mondo! And he big ol' hug. And you see clearly his arms face through like some part of like Mondo's form. Like just clipping into it pretty much. It is very good to see you again. I died since I last saw you. But it was a much longer time not seeing you again. Think on that. Dying was less painful than not being with you. Thanks, Gary. You're speaking common. Oh yes, I learned. I forgot my arms go through you when I touch. And he puts Mondo down. Kleinsher just walks and just pats him on the shoulder. Merrick just walks up. That's it. So, nice to see you guys. You, yeah, look pretty much, yep. Train, yes, where's that?
Straight to the point.
Guiding him to the train, I'm assuming.
First I should mention something first. Zero gave me, and I'll mention this to everyone in the four corners, Zodiacs, and I'll say Zero did give me a dagger to identify, and so I did that, and as I did, I got just the image of stabbing and then cutting with the dagger, and so it just a kind of reoccurring image, but I also identified it as an apotheosis vessel, and as soon as I identified it, it vanished in black smoke.
So you found one of Akem's daggers. Who did it belong to?
I got it off of Luca.
I have many questions. Why did it not turn back into a crystal?
And you said you think it's a chem?
I don't know whose it is.
Well, do you know any of other old god that deals with black smoke?
Mary sort of pipes up. I don't know. I mean, there needs to be a lot of old gods that have what looks towards Claudian overlapping themes.
I suppose that's fair. Well, if it's from Luca, we could always just ask him.
I wonder why he's hiding it from the commission.
Well,
I also wonder how long he's been a chosen. Because obviously, and I'll point to Claudine and Merrick, they can have more than one. And he did that gutting motion to... I'm blanking on his name. Stop.
Well, it's
Gordon.
it probably hasn't been that long, though. I mean, wasn't Akem sealed in a, pearl thing for a bit?
That's
he probably
true.
wasn't exerting too much influence until, well, recently.
Yeah.
well, is Claudian and Merrick's the exact same?
It seems that
They sort
way.
of look to each other and simultaneously go, yes.
Lucas seems a bit more like, you know, the slippery Zachary incident.
What do you mean?
You know, I'm wondering something. I'm going to take out my apotheosis vessel, and I'm going to imagine or try to will it to stay the sword form and then pass it to Zero. Try touching this now.
I will grab his apotheosis vessel.
You grab it.
And it stays? Okay, so that's... And now I'm going to try and will it to only respond to me.
Okay.
Like, from afar, I guess.
Sure. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna, I don't know, stick my hand out and be like, I don't know. That's it?
Return.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, as you sort of hold your hand out, Zero, you feel like a pulling, and then it shoots out of your grasp and into yours, Riley.
Okay, so it's not an exact rule that all apotheosis vessels return to crystal form when handled by somebody. If they allow it.
Well, give it
Maybe
to somebody
it's
who...
a chosen.
Yeah, try it with someone who's
only-
not chosen, like Gary or Mondo.
Oh, I guess, yeah, we never tried that, did we? I'm not going to do anything then, and I'm just going to hand the sword to Gary and see what happens.
Yeah, you sort of hand it to Gary, and as he touches it, turns to crystal.
All right, I'll reshape it, and then I'll try to will it to stay a sword, and then give it back to Gary.
Yeah, so you will it to stay sword form. Gary goes to reach for it, grabs it. Still sword form.
Oh, so I guess the user has a will they can exert. All right, I'll take it back and lock it to myself again.
Okay.
I can't believe it's taken us this long to try and experiment like this.
It's not like the vessels came with an instruction manual.
That's true.
But yeah,
Well, I guess we'll be with them again shortly to maybe discuss with the others before we ask him. Because the way that they said they'd never seen him with a spell book before makes me think that, yeah, he uses this as his magic focus, and nothing odd about that, but I'm wondering if he just has never told them. And when this became a thing. How long ago was it that we got rid of him in Opethus?
About a year ago.
Yeah, more than a year. You guys got rid of him like fucking like in bloom, like the first month of the entire of last year. So like the beginning of the campaign, basically.
How long ago was the stuff in Fairhaven with the kids?
Also in
the
bloom.
Vanderhoff.
Yeah. Well, that was. I think that was the second visit. The first one was like the initial hag, right? Or are you thinking about the initial hag when you first found the pearl, or are you talking about like all the kids?
I'm talking about when Nancy was in a fucking like womb or something.
Oh, that was, I believe, around in Hayes, if I remember correctly, of last year. Because I remember it was hot when you were traveling there.
Like
Yeah, that's when he gave Riley the whole ulterior motive speech.
Like from an outside perspective, it seems like he's on the same team as us in the sense that he is after the same goal as us, but I wonder what it's motivated by. Because all the gods, they're not bound to this one, like, goal. I'm sure that mass amounts of death and decay might very well benefit the chem. So I'm wondering how beneficial Luca is actually being.
So what's the next move then?
Well, I can show Mondo the train.
Right, yeah. Mondo needs his little treat to work on.
Little treat.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be pretty interesting to see how exactly this machine this thing works.
Yeah, and we got the manual, right?
You do have the manual, yeah, or at least the notes. Yeah, like the basis of like the entire construction of this thing. So like, it's a very dense encyclopedia, like filled with a lot of jargon that you weren't familiar with, and you had to kind of familiar yourself with. Between you and Mondo studying between it, it'll significantly reduce the time to get through it. And with Mondo like helping with the train, it's if you're sure about Mondo, like one thing about Mondo is that he's good with machines. So it's only a matter of time before he figures this thing out. If he can figure out alien orb technology, he can figure out a train made with real, like, actual technology.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll lead him down the way.
Okay. Lead him down to the train. Any final conversations upstairs or any planning upstairs?
May as well apologize to Merrick. Sorry that we kind of, he's not getting in the way of your whole vengeance plot, but just another month to go, and then we can see if we survive and then get back on track.
He just grunts. That's it.
Yeah, all right. And I'll turn to Claudine and say basically the same thing, but less apologizing for getting in the way and more like, sorry this happened with such shit timing.
I mean, if you guys hadn't come along, I probably wouldn't have figured it out.
True.
I would have just been I don't know if patsy's the right word, but I just would have been trapped in that, I guess, just a cycle of doing shit for the Rexons. Which, I see things more clearly.
Fair enough.
Claudius sort of looks towards you, Zero, and can't make eye contact. So how you doing?
I'm just gonna stare at her.
I'm gonna go somewhere else now. She hides behind a pillar.
I'll follow her. I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just follow her.
Okay. You follow her. Gone.
What do you mean she's gone?
Gone. You turn around the pillar. There's literally nothing around the pillar, and she's just disappeared.
I'm gonna look to Azek.
He shrugs as a dog does.
No, I'm telling Azek to find her.
Making a perception check with Azek.
It's a 17.
Oh, fuck, Claudia.
Using smell.
Okay, so that's still same roll with advantage. Yeah, no, can't find her. Can't find her. You're still too good.
Whatever.
Does my passive perception pick up on where she
What's
is?
your passive?
26.
Hold on.
Sorry. 26 is a passive. It's insane.
It does not.
Okay, she actually is good at hiding.
He's very good at hiding. Incredibly. Yeah. she stealthed out of a conversation. Okay, but if there's no more interactions upstairs, I guess with only Gary and Eric up there. Chris, you're leading Mondo downwards. And yeah, you say the passphrase, all torches turn blue. You could just left. You could honestly just leave it blue this entire time. But like, yeah, lead him to the train as he begins to sort of poke through, root around, and sort of poring over the manual. How much time do you want to spend down here?
As much time until people need us, I guess.
Okay. So if you're kicking it back to the upstairs crew for a decision, how soon do you want to get out? Or what else do you want to do? Or where do you need to go?
I mean, if there's nothing else to be done here, I mean, Riley might try and brave the cold for a bit to see if he can get any fish from the harbor.
Make a fishing check.
It's not frozen over?
Not around here. There's a lot of surf kind of breaks up the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fishing check.
Okay. You almost sadly catch more bodies than you do catch fish.
I had a feeling that was going to happen, yeah.
A lot of the corpse disposal is chucking it into the sea. Into the Bay of Shields. Which, there's a lot of ice chunks in there, but like, the ship managed somehow. But around here, there's just a lot of just cold, wet slush washing up onto the rock banks. And a lot of bodies washing up there too. And you catch more bodies. Sometimes just limbs have just shattered off in the cold. If you'd like to, you can put down human remains.
Do not want to, no.
But in terms of fish, yeah, the pickings here aren't great. This is a very traversed area, and it seems like a lot of the fish don't tend to travel here. But you do manage to get a couple of ones that have not survived, or just don't care, or just too dumb. I'll say you catch 10 fish here.
I'm gonna throw back 5.
Okay.
Keep 5.
Make a religion check.
Sure.
You throw back 5, but you feel closer with your god.
Nice.
Yeah. 0. Anything?
I'm just going to channel my inner rogue and think to myself, if I was Claudine, where would I hide?
Make a... Oh, okay. Make an intelligence check. Or insight check. Or intelligence.
You already said intelligence.
Are you proficient in insight? No, you're not. You're not proficient in insight, right?
Oh, you're asking
Yeah.
me. I figured you assumed no. I'm not. It's no.
Okay, no. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, you haven't had spent like a huge amount of time with Claudian, like the corners. You spent a good amount, like probably more of anyone in the group. There's something about those boots, those that she wears, and she brags about being able to jump a lot and climb stuff a lot.
God damn it. Stop. Is it really that? Okay, if I look up, is she gonna be there at all?
Make a perception check.
If I roll low on this, I swear to God.
That's pretty good. Now, she normally can't roll below this, but with that very high perception check, actually,
No, that high perception.
you do
roll.
look up, and she is just perched on like a rafter looking down at you, like a gargoyle. With that perception check, actually, there's a moment, there's like a split second where you look up at her, and you know it's her. There's like a split second where you didn't register that was her. Like almost like looking in a mirror in like in the dark, where it's like you know that it's you, but for some reason your brain tricks yourself into thinking that someone else is staring at you. There's a split second where you saw it wasn't Claudine, it was just two little white pinpricks in the darkness. So you blink and she's just there. The Bracken. for visual reference.
What does her expression look like?
Owl-like. Like, eyes wide just staring at you. Neutral expression.
Did she do anything when I see her?
She's just staring at you. You make eye contact and she's just staring at you.
Huh. I will just shrug and back away and walk away.
Okay. As you're walking away, you hear like footsteps or something hits the ground that she just jumps down beside you. I was making sure that you couldn't actually see me. Because I assumed your eyesight's so bad that even when you're looking directly at me, you still couldn't see me.
I start walking faster.
She walks faster. I think you need glasses. Think you need an eye exam.
I misty step like 30 feet away and high.
She jumps 30 feet ahead.
Shut up. You're dumb.
Like, I don't know if you were born with, like, just really shit eyesight.
Get on my carpet. I get on my carpet and I just go up.
She jumps 30 feet to the air and grabs on range.
You
Does it extend to hearing, too, and, like, smell? Any other actions in Teague?
Can't think of any.
Okay. Chris, make a Arcana check. I'll make one for Mondo as well. See if y'all can fucking figure the shit out of this train. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, low roll, but your Arcana is pretty high. Well, Mondo is not proficient in Arcana, but he is good at investigation. 29. Mondo uncovers shit you didn't even know existed. He figures out how to open the front of the train. Not the control room, the front, like the whole working mechanism in the like the engine block, pretty much. There's a series of small little latches, switches that have to be opened in a specific order, like two on each side, two on this side. Every so often, he had to press them in the right order. He figured it out, and this armored train on hinges almost like slides the top over to reveal the working mechanism in the actual train itself. It is a whirring mess of gears, of coils, of like lightning crackling through wires, of pumping blue fluids. It's almost like a mechanical heart. Like you see like, atrium valves, like ventricles, like pumping fluids going one to another, like things turning, like pulsating almost. There's this one almost dead spot that hasn't looked like it hasn't been activated yet. As you start going through it, Mondo, looking through the book, looking through the actual mechanism itself, looking through everything that's working. Like, he managed to figure out that connects to this. That's the, the quote-unquote camera system. That these are arcane runes that connect to the prisms, that connect to the tanks. Like, he makes these connections that, unless you're trained in mechanical stuff, you wouldn't be able to figure out yourself. But there's one dead spot in the almost like top of the engine block, like near where the windows would be, pretty much. It's none of it's activated, but there is like this circular divot about like 2 feet wide. Your Arcana check, as you're sort of going through this, 2 feet wide. That's the exact diameter of a sphere of annihilation. As you're going through these books, you get to the point where the portion of this engine is described in the book. It is supposed to fit a sphere of annihilation there. Not as the final component, but it is just like one of the things it needs. You're sort of skipping ahead, but the tracks themselves are just a launch system, pretty much. And it's unfeasible to build train tracks across the entire like country in that weather, in like that danger, with all those creatures outside. Their solution was to imprint a sphere of annihilation in the train to basically build the tracks as it goes. Pretty much to carve tracks into the ice itself. Like, not as like a more like a temporary measure, but it also will allow the train to steer anywhere it wants.
Oh, interesting.
Shit.
Yeah, so once you get launched out of the tunnel, you can steer the train. Though it is a little finicky, because if you pass over the stuff, an area you've already been over, like the tracks get all fuggy. So it's not recommended to go through the same place twice, or go over it. It was more like a temporary, like an icebreaker, pretty much, like to make way to a place so that later on they can actually put in more infrastructure to build actual train tracks, so they don't need the sphere of annihilation later. But seemingly there still had use for the actual sphere itself, just to carve out the tunnel, so they never actually put it in yet.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a very complicated piece of machinery that requires a lot of man work and apparently a legendary artifact just to chuck into the engine itself.
I'll ask, what does Mondo think?
I mean, well, I think about what I mean. It's a marvel of technology and engineering. Like, this is the amount of effort in this is crazy. Like really good stuff. I have no idea what it's built for. Well, I guess what's the something about fire and like ending in winter. But they had a system for everything, like a failsafe for everything. Like they thought of everything, how to get there, how to launch it with a significant speed, how to like once it actually gets there, how to contain the fire energy, how to disperse the fire energy without leaking any excess like waste power. It's a technological marvel. I guess you own now. I have no idea what you're going to do it for, but I'll help you figure it out.
Well, I think that empty spot there is for a sphere of annihilation, because I found one down the tunnel over there.
Oh, you found one. Okay. Yo. See, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that'll build. Yeah, I mean, maybe some of the power source. It would just siphon some of the I guess the erasing energy of the sphere annihilation, transfer to the front of the tracks, sort of just make train tracks on the way to go. Probably not good to, huck this over like anything thin iced. It'll blow through rock and everything too. I think you can make tunnels. You just carve straight through a mountain. If you had power. It seems like there's a direct correlation with the amount of fuel and power the train has, and the depth and power that the sphere and the matter-eating properties of it will have. So you could blast through a mountain, but it would just take a lot of take a good amount of arcanium.
I should probably check to see if the sphere is here or if my mentor took it somewhere.
Oh, okay. The idea of someone that could just just run up and steal a sphere of annihilation is not comforting.
I'm not sure how he will contain it, but I'll see. I'll see if it's still there.
I mean, the folks that made this train, the Dawnflare, seem to have figured out a way to contain it. He sounds like a smart guy, so I imagine he can figure it out. You want to just run all the way to the end to see if the sphere is still there?
Sure.
Yeah, it'll take a while. It's like half an hour there, half hour back. So it'll be like an hour round trip.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'll do it.
Okay.
T-pose, Misty Step.
Yeah, that would speed it up a little bit. Yeah, but you could end the tunnel, no problem. The sphere's still there. Not eating anything. It's in the exact same spot it was when Pratchell left it.
Okay, then I'll run back.
All right. Yeah, we run back to the train. Mondo's still there, just looking over everything. Like, making notes, pretty much. He's, like, making a secondary book about his findings about the train. Even, like, right next, like, in conjunction with the actual book itself, like the textbook, the encyclopedia. Study notes.
I can imagine he might try to make one.
Could be. So, well, we made a good amount of progress. I feel like there's still like, I mean, if we can figure out how more this train works, we can add our own modifications to it. You know, if you wanted to, it seems like this thing could just go like cross country with enough fuel. You know, because it takes fuel to power the train itself. It takes fuel to power the track laying mechanism. It takes fuel to any defenses. A lot of arcanium, and honestly, I don't know if you wanted to go very far. You need a couple more carriages at least, full of fuel.
Might be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it'll take some time, but I'll be here. Just studying. I'll talk to Merrick about where to sleep and how what to eat.
I'm sure we can get some food down here as well.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Yeah, I'll guess I'll head up and tell them what we know so far.
Okay, yeah, you just relay that information to the group.
I blanked.
Yeah.
What did Pratchell figure out how to take the sphere, or is it still there?
Still there.
Okay. I was about to say, if it can consume magic, then there's no fucking way that just teleporting out with it would be feasible, because it would just block the teleport.
I just realized this. This is not telling me metagame. I just realized something that this it's not my idea technically, but like I'll say it later.
All right.
I had an idea of how to transport it too, that I could share, I guess, afterwards.
Yeah.
Is it bag of holding? But it would just destroy the bag of holding, right?
Is it a pocket dimension?
Yeah, it was with the demiplane.
Oh, yeah, that makes much more sense.
But I'm not sure if it worked. But
It depends on if the plane itself is magical or if it just uses magic to access it.
Yeah. What's the plan now, guys? You guys did have like an
Riley is
hour and a half or something.
just along for the ride.
Right?
I have nothing to do here.
You fished. List of activities
Yep.
done.
Yeah, pretty much.
Your list of activities to do in every town is a bullet point. Fish.
you could contact Ten and Lorig. Because I did ask him if he knew any contractors of which could maybe build an inn or something over here that could provide some comfort for, I guess, our these guards and that sort of thing.
How long ago did you contact him?
A couple days.
Sure, why not? I will send to Tan and Lorig and I will ask, it seems Chris tasked you with contacting builders? Did you get anywhere with that? Send a message.
Yeah. You get back at this time of the day. It is night, but not quite evening. It's mid evening now, but you know, like in between mouthfuls of food. Yeah, it's been a couple of days. Turns out finding contractors that are willing to travel to Thane, hard. Takes some doing, but making progress. Autograph?
I'll relay that to. I thought we already gave him our autograph.
I don't think ever in person though.
No, because we found him in person, and then you snooped through his mind, and we determined he's on our side.
Oh yeah, we did see him in person.
So he just wants more, huh? One was not enough. I'll just relay that to Chris then.
Well, tell him that maybe the travel isn't so bad. That maybe we could do something to kind of lessen the travel here to Thane.
Well, like teleport.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, I won't be in charge of that. That's all you. Frankly, I won't be in charge of much here. The state of fishing in this area is not great. We'd have to build vessels that can go a little bit further than the edge of town. Well, I mean, I have experience with that, but it is a process.
Did you let the sea spears, or you'll know what's going on?
Not yet. And, well, with the sea spears busy in Goldmud, I don't really want to take them over here anyway. Not that any of them would be interested in going from their quaint southern Rias town to whatever's happening up here.
Could let the Atneys know about the corruption of magic.
We can do that later, I think.
Because they'd be out of a business.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna send to Polaris and ask, by the way, have the Atneys been in at all? Or has anyone suspicious been in? Send.
As you said, you get back pretty briefly. No one inside. A man named Virgil is quite the conversationalist. I will
I'll leave it
be
at that,
on
then.
alert.
That's that. All right. Question answered.
Yeah, Merrick still. He's not sitting on the throne, but he is sitting near it, on the step below the throne. The throne's empty. Gary's not in it, and he still refused to sit on it. These are just across the room, wherever you guys are standing. So, I'm still holding down the fort. You figured out your dragon business. Mondo's figuring out the train. What now?
Turns to group. Yeah, what now?
Well, there's three options. We go back and wait a couple days there with the commission, or we find the constant, or we do the Mosmazok method.
I'm going to rule out that last one. There's a non-zero chance we don't come back from it. So I think we find the constant. Besides, if we find the constant and we talk to the people there, they might be able to tell us more about how this Mosmazok method even works to begin with.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright. Following aboard the dragon and trying to find the constant.
If anybody has teleportation, then yeah, we should probably do that.
Where's Claudine?
Are you still flying?
No, I would have come back down by now.
Yeah, she's just around.
And be regrouped.
Yeah, you guys have regrouped. Now that you have entered a serious adventuring mode. Yeah, she'll be like just around, like nearby. Visible and listening.
Okay. Are we about to load up on the dragon, was it? No, the dragon's not here. We're gonna teleport? Or where are we going from here? And how soon?
Well, let's take a look at where the island is right now. Pulls out the constant finder trademark.
Yeah, looking around the island, pinging all over the place, and it's tending towards the, the like 90-degree cone. The cone gradually shifting slowly, usually. It seems to be pointing more south right now. But unsure how far.
Alright. Well, we're going north with the dragon, so I guess a little bit of a anti-start, but with his speed, we should be able to get somewhere fast enough.
Yeah.
Well, teleporters, teleport us.
I'm teleporting to the dragon or the commission.
They're in the same spot.
Guess the dragon.
Hold on, he's talking with Virgil right now anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to the dragon then.
Okay. Are you gonna like just instantly teleport us? Are you doing like
yeah.
a circle? Okay. Before you do that, I do want to do something. Where's Claudine?
She's around.
What do you mean around? Like right now, as we're about to leave, where's she at?
Like leaning on a pillar.
Who else is around right now?
Everyone.
Who's around me right now?
Everyone except Mondo,
Everyone?
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna walk back over to her, and she's standing in front of the pillar, like facing the room, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to her I'm going to grab her arm and pull her to behind the pillar. And I am going to kiss her. And then I'm going to pull her back around the other side of the pillar and just leave her there and walk away. And then just teleport with Chris.
Okay.
Like one smooth, fluid movement, just real quick.
Yeah. With maximum dexterity befitting a level 20 rogue, you wordlessly sweep Claudine over to the other side of the pillar with grace and elegance unseen as you press your lips to hers and then just as easily swoop back to the other side and just calmly walk towards the teleportation of Chris. Yeah. As you blink out of existence onto the dragon. You don't turn around to see Claudine's expression, but you can imagine it.
Can Isaac turn around to see her expression?
Make a 7 check. The split seconds before you get teleported.
Oh wait, no, it's
That's
me.
you.
It's me. Ignore that.
Yeah, you don't turn around. How do you roll so shit at perception every single time?
Leave me alone. It's 18 for Isaac.
Yeah, he's the only one that was facing Claudine. Claudine has leapt into the rafters immediately. Her safe space.
Like jumped up.
Yeah. She jumps super high with those boots.
She's like a fucking cat. That's crazy.
She's good at climbing and she's good at jumping. That's it. She's good at stabbing now, I guess, now too. And Apotheos' vessel. Yeah, but you teleport aboard the dragon. And you just hear... Well, you don't hear any, like... You just hear, like, muffled voices from outside. And then you just hear Polaris go...
Riley will poke his head out, like, the door and be like, "You guys having fun?"
Yeah, you just see Virgil sitting on a rock, just like conversing with a fucking dragon, ancient white dragon. Oh, yeah, hey, you're back. Yeah, I mean, gotta admit, I didn't expect to be getting along with the dragon so well. You're dead too, right? Yes. Right. I mean, that's par for the course around here. Let's golf. I don't know. Hey, you're back. So, what's, it's not really a job, so I'm not really out of a job, but what's the next moves?
We're gonna find that island, and we're gonna talk to the people there.
Alright, yeah, more information the better. Keep it an eye. Yep, the dragon's still a dragon. No one's really, we cordoned it off. We had a little, I'm not like the undead are gonna really do anything about it. But, you know, it's like a 15-foot radius around the, around where the dragon is, just to cordon it off. No one's allowed in that, within the bounds of there, just in case.
That's probably for the best.
Should we confront Luca?
Nah, not right now.
Yeah, I think you can wait.
But what?
Did Chris say that, or did Mills say that?
Chris.
Nothing. Nothing of importance just yet.
Alright.
Chris has a crush on him.
Ooh.
What?
Chris has a crush on him and he wants to ask him out, but he's too shy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's single.
No, it's about his dagger.
Oh, I bet it's about a dagger.
Yeah, oh my god, Virgil.
It always is. Yeah, I mean, like you know, I don't feel that way, but I gotta say, I'm pretty sure he's packaged meat.
I hate this so much.
I can put in a good word if you wanna.
Chris is confused.
It's like text floating above Chris's head that says that. Chris is confused.
Hey man,
He hit himself in confusion.
we all gotta figure all ourselves out someday, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'll see what he has. So I'll subtly probe. Yeah, he gives a wink. Well, yeah. Well, good luck on your island hunting quest. Oh, we'll keep an eye. Contact if you need anything. One of y'all got the ring, right?
Zero
Alright.
has it, I believe.
Okay. We can't use that to communicate with you. I think one of us just has like the sending spell. I think it's Luca that has a sending spell actually.
Kind of amazing. He never thought to use it. Oh well.
And I mean, gonna have something to say something. Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm not really that great of a magic practitioner. You could just be doing lights and show for all I know. Yeah. I don't keep you or your buddy here any longer. He just sort of gets up and begins to just descend the stairs. It's good talking to you, Polaris. And good to finally meet y'all in the flesh.
Yep. I'm sure we'll be back eventually.
I salute him.
He slits back 2 fingers up to his temple and then sort of gives you like a little wrist wave. Yeah, he gives you finger gun, Chris. I'll ask.
For a gun?
For a gun?
Never mind. Subtly, I'll be subtle. You won't even know what's going on. I don't think he knows what's going on generally.
He never does.
I don't even know what's going on.
I don't either, buddy. He just walks down the stairs. Yeah, as you begin flying just south, or do you want to teleport to see where it ends up?
I'm gonna hand it. Hold on, Zero. Do you still have teleportation left?
I have 1 left.
All right, I'm gonna hand the sphere to Zero and be like, "Do you think you could try and, I don't know, discern a direction to go with this?"
I could try, yeah. I do want to say, prior to doing this, I almost feel like I'm double fisting spheres right now. Like, as all of them are talking to Virgil, I want to have the I guess I don't have the sphere anymore. It's just my dagger. I want to use scrying eye to scry on Claudine.
Okay.
I didn't get to see a reaction.
Sure. There's a saving throw for this, right?
Yeah.
But it's just your spell save, you say, whatever that is now.
I want to say it's still 17.
Pretty good. Wisdom, right?
Oh, it's 18.
18. Jesus.
I have scrying eye, the actual spell, right? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, wisdom saving throw. DC 18.
Okay. As your vision rockets out and in, just a couple 100 miles away to Teague, you see Claudine still perched in the rafters, sort of like crouched down and sort of just like looking at the ground wide-eyed and sort of just like almost like nervously rubbing her cheeks, just like mushing them together, just like almost muttering something under her breath. All the while, Gary's like underneath. Claudine? Claudine? Where are you? He does not respond. As you just see Gary just down there, trying to find his friend, and he cannot. She is very much blushing.
Cool.
And she's up there for a while, actually. Eventually, she just gets up and starts like pacing back and forth, like on the rafters. It does not look safe up there at all. But she's doing it. And yeah, she does it like 7-minute mark, and eventually the spell ends. 10 minutes, right? Yeah.
Earth to 0. You
Yeah,
figured out
yeah.
anything?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. From like, okay, I know this isn't how D&D works, but if I'm already like, if my mind is already doing the spell thing where like you're like, oh yeah, your vision shoots from where you are up into the clouds and then it zooms back in somewhere else. Can I do some apotheosis vessel shit and combine my already going ability with this fucking sphere and find out where the fuck this thing is?
No.
Okay. Well, can I use my apotheosis shit to try to decipher the sphere?
You can try. This would be just a straight, just straight up, intelligence check. It is a sphere. Like Riley's trying to know how to use it. And, like the white sphere, the white part on the like the outer orb, like the projected, like location it'll be, and like the actual glass or like metal sphere on the inside of this outer mesh one, where the hitting is the actual location of the constant. But yeah, unable to discern exactly how it works or what patterning it has, or the exact location.
Because we don't know what is all over the entire planet, right? There's a certain point that we have not been past. That's what we discussed at some point, I thought.
Yes, just historically known is no one's been able to successfully travel past these landmasses on the map currently. Anyone that's tried, it just never came back, and they have no idea why. It could be for any reason.
Can I try to use bursts of knowledge to try to make it some kind of check that would tell me at least whether or not based on our current location, if in relation to where the ball is on the sphere indicating like what direction, because I know it's not like an exact spot of where it would be on the planet, but I don't know, I'm trying to see if there's any way I could use something from from Truth Seeker to determine anything additional about the directions it's pointing at all.
When you burst of knowledge, make another intelligence check. You can do it at advantage. Because it's not really like Arcana or history. It's just straight.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, the same. Even Alina's knowledge can't figure out how this island works. If she knew how it worked, she would have done it already. Because this is kind of like the whole deal, in a way. Is like trying to find the pieces of her last chosen. Or at least the effects. Knowing what you know now, that island is probably the biggest piece. Yeah, so all this information is pretty much new information to know, build in it as well.
May I make a try at this year?
I will hand it to Chrysostomus.
So it's a white ring, and that's the projected.
Yeah, it's in like a foot long, or like a foot long sphere made of like a mithril web almost. The outer that sphere, the mithril web, projects a glow in like a certain direction. It's just like a very broad direction. That is the projected location, where it's most likely to be. The actual location of the constant is the actual metal orb on the inside. That's where it points to the true location to it. And that ping pongs all over the place, but it tends towards the white.
Is the moon out right now?
Currently, yeah. You might be able to see a whole lot of it from where you are currently, but yeah, you could fly once you fly up above clouds, easy. But
yeah, I guess I'll tell Polaris. Can you fly up a little bit higher?
understood. Ascending now. Please hold on to something. It begins to kick up, fly upwards. Not quite reaching the tops of the the branches, this frozen geyser, thousands of years old, but flying above the storm and the wind, flying up and out above the clouds. As you're flying up, you notice, like, the higher you go, the light begins to turn down, like, downwards, towards land.
As do I see the moon in the sky yet?
You do.
And in the sky, does it correlate to where the white spot is on the orb?
Does not.
If the okay.
It is pointing a different direction, even.
Can I make an intelligence check to see if there's any patterns?
Make an intelligence check. Jesus.
Your secrets, please.
Your secrets. It's difficult to tell. You haven't really had a whole lot of, one, experience with this item, two, really, like, any data. Like, you know how it works functionally. Like, the white is a projected area where it's most likely to be. The actual location, the true location, the sphere, and it just sort of hits the inside of the, or the ball inside. It hits the inside of the sphere. That's where it's truly located, and yeah, just tend towards the white. But it's not always 100% certain to be there. It could literally be anywhere until it's spotted. You surmise that where the actual true location of the constant right now does not matter until you're closer to the projected area. That's where it's most likely to be. Once you have it in your sight, it can't go anywhere. The patterning is difficult to tell because you don't have too much data on it. Like, if there is like a trend it goes towards, you've mostly looked at it from like a single solitary location. And since you've been looking at it, it's been just pointing a single direction, and that direction's been slowly moving, just undulating, with no real like reasoning that you can find. Perhaps in time you'll find it. You will find a pattern. But right now, yeah, like right now, the sample size of where you've looked at it is fairly small.
Okay. So I guess from what I gather is that if we follow, I guess, where this white area is, then we're in the general vicinity of where this constant is, and might be able to capture it at some point within that vicinity, because it seems to, want to kind of spawn somewhere within that vicinity. So perhaps we could just head towards that area now. Which direction is it going?
Right now it's heading south, southeast-ish.
Okay. Seems to be pointing south, southeast.
Well, let's make it happen then, and hope that it doesn't change orientation on the way there, or if it does, it gets closer.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep on going.
Okay. Okay. And I will ask this just because it depends on how you want to do this. Do you want to just go straight south, like right where you are from right now, just follow it true? Because if it's far south, it will take a good number of days.
Are we able to determine how far south?
Nope. You know it's pointing south.
Just-
Yeah, so if you wanted to try save time, potentially, you could teleport onto the mainland and just see where it is from there. If it's north, you can head up north again, but yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah. Let's teleport back to the fortress,
Okay.
and that could be a starting place.
Okay. Does anyone have a teleport available still?
I do.
Okay. Okay. As you teleport to the fortress, as you're looking at the sphere, suddenly the cold goes to warmer at least. Looking at the sphere, with the intelligence check, you notice a few changes. Kind of. When you're up north, the white light was very broad. As you teleported south, it's narrowed. It went from like almost like a 90-degree cone to like 45. And it's currently pointing southeast.
Well, where did we end up? Riley will look out the window.
We're just above the fortress.
Oh, is that where we went? And it's still pointing southeast? Oh no.
That's getting closer to the Shattered Sea in Narset.
That is exactly what I was afraid of.
Perhaps we could go to Gulmud first.
Yeah.
Well, may as well.
Okay.
Do you have any more teleportations?
I have
Yeah,
one more.
Golmud's right there. Let's just fly in.
No, no, because we're gonna have to fly to whatever direction it takes us from Golmud. So Golmud's just next closest step that we can reasonably teleport to. Unless we have anything from Vospa, which I don't think we've ever been there.
Well, I've been there for a time before I met you lot, but, well, that was ages ago, so...
I don't know if it would be helpful. We could still teleport to Fairhaven or Tetscott if it's still southeast.
Well, I mean, we could go that way, but that's not south.
Okay. Where would you have me go? Golmud? South?
Yeah, Golmud.
I'll
We can
teleport us.
see if it's still south when we get there, I suppose.
Yeah, I got you. I will teleport us to Golmud.
Okay. I'm assuming you have something from Gulmud, right?
Of course. I
We
do.
are always
If I
grabbing shit
don't-
from Golmud.
If I don't, he does.
Okay. Yeah, as you teleport to Gulmud, it is evening, people are winding down, and the salty sea spray hits you on the side of the window. You teleport in the middle of the dock, pretty much, because that's like the designated teleportation point. There are still some dock workers around. As the dragon just sat there, you see a couple people just stare at it, and then you just hear a couple from the windows. Oh, hey, Riley. Hey, it's Riley.
Heyo.
Riley's back.
I should probably let you lot know that things are about to get a little bit hectic on the mainland. We've probably got a few more weeks before the big news happens.
What big news?
We kind of fucked up.
Is he talking to anyone in particular, or just like random
crowd.
civilians?
Just random. Don't worry, it won't affect the gold mud, I think. And if it does, well, I'll clean up the mess.
You see an older dwarven man, like right below the dragon window, like where he's sitting. Dark orange, dirty beard, matted. Conway.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. How's it going?
It's better or not.
It won't.
Unless you got business here. Play a dragon.
Yep, we're heading out right away.
Looking at the sphere, it's narrowed again. Like 45 to 40-ish, 37. Like, the angle is narrowing. East, southeast.
Stop!
Oh.
Stop, Sin, stop! I kept joking about coming here for the longest time, and everyone fought me so hard. They're like, we have no reason to go there.
Well, we have reason now.
Onward.
And now I don't know. Now I don't know if I want to go there. I'm kind of scared, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, we've already done the worst thing we possibly could have. What's trespassing in Narset compared to that?
That's true. Fuck me, dude. Okay. I guess we will go southeast then on Polaris, unless Chris has any more teleportation.
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on.
have any.
Let's take the ship.
Is it
Cricket.
fast?
Well, no, but the dragon can carry it.
Why would we make the dragon take the ship if he's just gonna carry it?
Because we can land?
With the ship?
Yes.
The ship, can it travel on land?
Well, no, but it can travel on sea. What if it spawns in the middle of the ocean? I guess we'd still have the
We can still
dragon.
get there
for
via
that.
dragon.
I really want to take the Averon out for a test ride.
Riley just wants to ride in his ship so bad.
Yeah.
We'll come back for it, bud. Next time.
He's gonna look out at it and see if it's... Well, I mean, he's there several times a week anyway, never mind. He's just gonna look at it longingly.
Yeah, and you see it's maiden voyage still never been unfurled, still fresh, the paint's still nice, and the day it was born, fresh as a babe. You see like one deckhand on deck, swabbing it, and you just, in your brain, your mind's eye, you can envision dozens and dozens of people on it singing merrily, fishing aboard the Despira Sea. But alas, single lone deckhand swabbing the poop deck.
Just gotta save the world. Just gotta save the world. Just gotta save the world. Then the ocean is my oyster.
You say oyster, and like a bunch of people oyster? I got an oyster. Like a bunch of people holding up oysters for you.
Oh, you know what? I'll trade you some stuff I got up north. I'll throw in the fish I got in Teague and then grab some oysters.
One of those giant fucking child-sized fish.
Yeah. Just one? Okay, yeah. I
To
mean,
you.
I guess that's a fair trade, yeah. I'll throw in two, why not?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
These guys have been patient with me.
Yeah, as you throw down two fish, you see an older turtle, Barmbalax, just start dragging one to the fucking deep dive. Dinner's on me, boys. Dinner's on me. And you see,
I haven't tried cooking with those yet, so I don't know what to do.
I'll figure
Have
something
fun.
out. Experimentations with the palate. Ain't been some years. And you see, as he's just dragging these two fish, a bunch of people are cheering and following Barm to the fucking deep dive. They're all chucking oysters through the window. A trade.
Hell yeah. Riley's gonna cook oysters tonight.
Yeah, it's different from fish. Shellfish. But lifting off, heading potentially to Narset. Or the Shattered Dials, who knows?
One of the two.
One of the two. Both places you've never been to. As you lift off, we're heading towards... it's 200... Do a quick calculation.
One of us should keep lookout as we get closer.
To the closest edge of Narset would be roughly 2 days. But you will save that for next session.
As I thought. Alright. What's the number we're getting tonight?
6K. I like the RP today.
That's a lot. Alright. That is 6B 82. That is a 62. Oops. 82. 382,416.